Order, order. I'll start by reminding everyone that electronic devices should be turned off or switched to silent mode. Tea and coffee are not allowed in the committee room. We are continuing the line-by-line consideration of the Terminally Ill Adults End of Life Bill, and I remind members that interventions should be interventions. That means it's short and raises a point of clarification or questions. They are not speeches in and of themselves. Members who do wish to give a speech should bob and to continue to do so through the debate in which they wish to take part until they are called. And when members say you, they are referring to the chair, that is me, and you don't mean me. It could be easier if you look and direct your speeches to me so you address the chamber correctly. We now continue debate on Amendment 201 to Clause 9 in the name of Kim Ledbetter, with which is convenient to consider Amendments 422, 468, 423. Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair, and it's a pleasure to serve under your chairship this afternoon. When we broke at 11:25, I was just talking about Amendment 201, so I'll just start again from that bit of my remarks. Amendment 201 clarifies the wording in Clause 9 relating to doctors' assessments. It provides that the duty on an assessing doctor to examine a person's medical records only applies to records that appear relevant to the doctor. The effect of this amendment is to make clear, as part of the assessment process, that the assessing doctor is only required to review medical records that are considered by the doctor to be relevant to the person's request to seek an assisted death. Amendment 422 adds an additional requirement on an assisting doctor to make inquiries of professionals who are providing or who have recently provided health or social care to the person and make such other inquiries as the assessing doctor considers appropriate. This applies to the coordinating doctor carrying out the first assessment and the independent doctor carrying out the second assessment. 423. The purpose of this amendment is to require the assessing doctor to consider whether they should consult specialist health or social care professionals. These professionals should have qualifications in or experience of a matter relevant to the person being assessed, and they must be consulted if the assessing doctor considers there is a need. This applies to the coordinating doctor carrying out the first assessment and the independent doctor carrying out the second assessment. The amendment also provides that a record of any consultation with the specialist health or social care professionals must be shared with the other assessing doctor. 468. As the bill is currently drafted, the coordinating doctor and the independent doctor are required to ascertain that the person has a clear, settled and informed wish to end their own life in clauses 7 and 8. There is also an existing power in clause 30, subsection 1a, for the Secretary of State to issue codes of practice in connection with the assessment of whether the person has a clear and settled intention to end their life. There is also existing requirements for the assessing doctors to be satisfied that the person is making the declaration voluntarily and has not been coerced or pressured by any other person. That's in clauses 7, subsection 2g and 8, subsection 2e. This amendment would supplement these requirements with a requirement for the assessing doctor to ask the person why they are seeking an assisted death. I hope that these observations were helpful to the committee.
Kim Ledbetter.
Thank you, Chair. I've got nothing further to add to this group.
Amendment 201 to Clause 9, as on the amendment paper, the question is that that amendment be made. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. So I take that as a division? Yes? Am I taking it as a division? Okay. Division. Lock the doors.
Jack Abbott.
Yes, aye, sorry.
Lois Atkinson.
Aye.
Juliet Campbell.
Aye.
Bambos Charalambos.
Aye.
Daniel Francis.
Aye.
Sarah Green.
Aye.
Rachel Hopkins.
Aye.
Sir John Joseph.
No.
Stephen Kinnock.
Aye.
Danny Kruger.
No.
Kim Ledbetter.
Aye.
Kit Malthouse.
Aye.
Sarah Olney.
Aye.
Dr. Simon Ofer. Rebecca Paul. Aye. Jake Richards. Aye. Sarah Sackman.
Aye.
Liz Saville-Roberts.
Aye.
Naz Shah.
Aye.
Dr Neil Shastri-Hurst.
Aye.
Sean Woodcock.
Aye.
The ayes were 19, the noes were 2. So the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Unlock. Amendment 422 to clause 9 has already been debated with Amendment 201. I call them Kim Ledbetter to move Amendment 422 formally.
Move formally, Chair.
Amendment 422 to clause 9 as on the amendment paper. The question is that the amendment be made. As many of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
On the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Amendment 468 to clause 9 has already been debated within Amendment 201. I call Rebecca Paul to move Amendment 468 formally.
I beg to move.
Amendment 468 to clause 9 as on the amendment paper. The question is that the amendment be made. As many of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
On the contrary, no.
No.
Division? Lock the doors.
Jack Abbott. No. Lewis Atkinson.
No.
Juliet Campbell.
Aye.
Bambos Charalambos.
No.
Daniel Francis.
Aye.
Tom Gordon. Sarah Green. No. Rachel Hopkins.
No.
Sojourn Joseph.
Aye.
Stephen Kinnock.
No.
Danny Kruger.
Aye.
Kim Ledbetter.
No.
Kit Malthouse.
No.
Sarah Olney.
Aye.
Dr Simon Oper.
No.
Rebecca Paul.
Aye.
Jake Richards.
No.
Sarah Sackman.
No.
Liz Saville-Roberts.
No.
Naz Shah.
Aye.
Dr Neil Shastri-Hurst.
No.
Sean Woodcock.
No.
The ayes were 7, the noes were 15. So the noes have it, the noes have it. Unlock. Amendment 304 to clause 9 has already been debated within Amendment 201. Does any member wish to move Amendment 468 formally? 304 formally. No. We now come to Amendment 93 to clause 9 in the name of Dr Neil Shastri-Hurst, with which it will be convenient to consider Amendments 305, 142, 362 and 306. I call Dr Neil Shastri-Hurst to move Amendment 93.
Thank you very much, Chair, and it's a pleasure to serve under your chairmanship and speak to these set of amendments. Amendments 93, 305, 142 and 362 are all in respect of Clause 9, subsection 2, Roman numeral 4, whilst the Honourable Member for York Central's Amendment 306 relates to Clause 9, subsection 2C. Clause 9.2, Roman numeral 4 stipulates that the assessing doctor must explain to and discuss with the person being assessed the nature of the substance that might be provided to assist the person to end their own life, including how it will bring about their death. Amendment 93, which is tabled under my name, Chair, is to replace the word might in clause 9 with the words is to. In my view, as currently drafted, the word might creates an air of possibility. The Oxford English Dictionary defines might as the possibility as distinct from the certainty. The Cambridge Dictionary goes somewhat further, defining might as the expression of a possibility that something will happen or be done, or that something is true, although not very likely. And in the concept of this legislation, Chair, I consider the use of might creates too ill-defined a concept. In order for a patient to be given or to provide informed consent, it's necessary that the healthcare professional sets out the relevant information in sufficient detail to enable that person to make a well-educated decision. In the circumstances of providing a substance, it flows that information must include what that substance is. It's insufficient in my submission, Chair, to simply inform a patient that they might be provided with a substance, although they are just, or if not, more likely to receive another substance. Changing might to is to provides greater certainty and precision in the wording of the bill. I do recognise the concerns that some have raised that by adopting this amendment it overly restricts which substance can be used, which may create an issue should the substance need to be changed, for example, in the situation that arises that it was to be an oral substance and it has to be administered via a different route because the individual is no longer able to ingest orally, for example. However, in my mind, the amendment as proposed doesn't prohibit a clinician from setting out to the individual a range of substances that could be used in order to provide a person with the ability to end their own life, as long as it includes the substance that is used, and crucially, in those circumstances, the person seeking an assisted death indicates that they are content with that particular substance being used. So, for example, in doing so, it would be entirely open for an individual to inform a clinician that they are happy with regimes A, B and C, but not D, for example.
Will he give way?
I will give way.
Danny Crew.
Thank you, Chair. I'm grateful to him, and I, of course, absolutely agree with what he's trying to do. Does he think that it's possible at this stage, genuine question, to for the government, the MHRA, the NHS, whoever it is, to provide the information that would be required? What would need to be done in order for this bill to come into effect with the amendment that he's proposing? Possible to work, that the doctor will be able to say exactly what drugs will be used.
Dr. Neil Shaftry.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for that intervention. The scenario I envisage is that there, as we've seen in other jurisdictions, there are a variety of regimes that may be used in a given circumstances. That would be appropriate for the Secretary of State to be delegated in terms of having that approved list of medications and substances that may be used, because of course as medical and pharmacological studies go on there may be changes to those regimes, so I wouldn't propose putting that on the face of the bill. But there would be an approved list of substances, in the way I envisage this bill operating if it came into law, that would be therefore open to use. Of course there would have to be a range, because we are acutely aware that there are supply chain issues at times, and therefore limiting it just to one regime would be, in my view, impracticable. The amendment that I set out does seek to, and I believe achieves, to strengthen the wording of the bill, to provide greater certainty that the nature of the substance to be provided is explained to and discussed with the person who is assisting an assisted death. And I do hope, and I'm grateful for my honourable friend indicating his broad support for the amendment. Turning to Amendment 305, which is in the name of the Honourable Member of York Central. Whilst I appreciate the premise of this amendment, I do have some concerns about the precision of the drafting of it, which I will set out. This amendment would require that the assessing doctor explains the effects of providing the substance in addition to how it would bring about the death. As the bill currently states, the discussion with the assessing doctor must set out how the provided substance results in death. My understanding, therefore, of the intent of this amendment is that it would set out the side effects beyond those which would be directly related to the mechanics of bringing about death, and would include a wider discussion around side effects. And when one thinks about this, it's important to consider the specific meaning of side effect. It means an effect of a drug, chemical or other medicine that is in addition to its intended consequences. Given my understanding, therefore, of Amendment 305, specifically using the term side effect would make that a more precise form of drafting and achieve the desired effect, if that is the intention of the Honourable Member. In many ways, however, I feel that this amendment is unnecessary, as a discussion around side effects should be incorporated into any informed consent discussion. And in addition, can I just finish this point and then I'll give way? But in addition, clause 9b, Roman numeral 4, and clause 9.2c, working in conjunction, do indicate that there would be a discussion around what would arise in terms of complications of any substance given, and therefore that must, I would submit, flow that there would be a conversation around the side effects. So I will give way.
So, Joseph?
Thank you for giving away. Maybe the Honourable Member may be able to explain it, that in the current format, any medication we start onto any patients, we usually give out the indications, contraindications for any medication, including if patient asks, or we will give a leaflet of those medication which will have information on it. Would the Honourable Member clarify that this amendment will help that situation, or would the Honourable Member agree that a leaflet should be given to the patient?
Dr. Neil Patrick.
I'm grateful to the Honourable Member for his intervention, and he makes an important point, which is, in practice, one would of course discuss the side effect profile of any medication or substance that is being administered. Putting it on the face of the bill, I don't feel achieves that in the way that this has been drafted. This talks about any effect, it's not talking about side effects specifically. And in any event, as I've set out, the interaction between clause 9b, Roman numeral 4, 9.2b, Roman numeral 4, and 9.2c encompass a conversation around complications which must flow, would include a conversation around potential side effects as a result of the administration of a substance. And of course it's worth noting that all substances have a side effect profile. What those side effects are will of course be specific to the particular substance in question. And therefore, in my view, I don't think it's helpful or an improvement on the bill to seek to presuppose what those side effects may be on the face of it. And it's for that reason, whilst imperfect, in my view, Amendment 35 is more preferable than Amendment 362, which sets out to set down specific side effects, which of course is presupposing the scenario where it will be with a particular set of medication. But I do remain concerned about the wording of Amendment 305, and I would be grateful to the Honourable Member for Spen Valley if perhaps she could provide some reassurances to the steps that she may have taken to seek to honour the principle of the member for York Central in her efforts through this amendment to achieve a tighter piece of legislating drafting than the wording that's currently proposed. As to Amendment 142, which was tabled by the Honourable Member for Broxtowe, this clearly seeks to ensure that the discussion with the assessing doctor should include a discussion of how the substance will be administered. And whilst this may not be strictly necessary, because that should be a conversation that takes place when one is going through an informed consent process, I do not consider its inclusion undermines the operability of the bill, and I'm minded to support that amendment. As I've set out earlier, I don't consider this would be restrictive should the circumstances change, because there may be a broad conversation around the variety of substances that can be administered depending on the circumstances. And as the drafting of the bill doesn't preclude or prohibit such a wider discussion, I think it would be eminently sensible to include the route of administration within those. And I finally turn to Amendment 306, Chair, which is a further amendment brought in the name of the Honourable Member for York Central. This would require the assessing doctor to include the escalation of medical intervention in their discussion should complications arise. This is in many ways covered by Clause 9 to subsection C in any event. And therefore I don't consider this further amendment aids in the operability or interpretation of the bill, and this is something that would be much better served, Chair, under the Code of Conduct to avoid the bill becoming overly prescriptive, but allowing that flexibility as scientific and medical knowledge adjusts and adapts over time. I'm grateful, Chair.
Juliet Campbell.
Thank you, Chair. I will be speaking to Amendment 142, and that is to insert and how it would be administered onto the face of the bill. So this amendment requires the assessing doctor to explain and discuss with the person how the substance that might be provided to assist the person to end their life will be administered. The amendment is a key step towards adding to the peace of mind of the terminally individual who are seeking an assisted death. It also preserves their autonomy right up to the final stage by ensuring that the method of administration is thoroughly explained. We provide the doctors and the individual seeking an assisted death the opportunity to consider the options, if there are options, and if those options are available to them, and decide which method would best preserve the autonomy of that individual. Assisted dying presents many opportunities for individuals to be coerced, especially at the final stage, death itself. Therefore, the method of administration is key. It's key knowledge for the individual to know. It's not sufficient for this key information to be withheld from the individual. We must make it a prerequisite of the bill that this information is supplied. Making an informed choice about the assisted death pathway involves a careful consideration and knowing and understanding every step of the process. It's appropriate for the person to maintain their agency. Minimising the role played by the doctor at the administration stage is also key to make sure that the final act belongs to that individual. We must acknowledge that many individuals seeking assisted death may experience significant mobility and physical limitations, particularly because of their terminal illness. These limitations can affect their ability to engage with the process in ways that other people may take for granted. So, for example, a patient suffering from severe weakness, paralysis, or chronic pain might have difficulty physically positioning themselves or administering some types of substances, depending on the options available. So a person may have a problem or difficulty swallowing and would not be able to ingest a substance in the form of a pill. But they may be able to autonomously operate a system that would allow them intravenous administration. In these cases, the method of administration must be carefully considered and explained in a way that accommodates the patient's unique physical needs. And by discussing these challenges openly at this stage, doctors can help ensure that the patient understands the options open to them, while also making the process as comfortable and as accessible as possible. Addressing mobility and physical limitations in this context is not only a matter of practicality, but it's also a reflection of our compassion and the respect that we have for the individuals and circumstances. By limiting the doctor's physical role, we also make sure that the patient retains control over the process. Making the act of self-administration as independent as possible ensures that the final assertion of that the final part of the process gives that patient agency in choosing how and when they choose to end their life. The individual must maintain a primary role in their death, as the actual administration itself is the final assurance and assertion of the choice that the individual has made to end their life. The amendment emphasises the importance of ensuring that within this bill, the doctor's involvement is limited to preparation and support. This is key to making sure that the patient's final moments are self-directed and free from any unnecessary external interventions as possible. In subsection 6, in clause 18, the provision of assistance discusses the role of the doctor in administration. It reads that a doctor might assist that person to ingest or otherwise self-administer the substance by ensuring that the method of substance is chosen aligns with the capabilities or what limited physical capabilities a person has to self-ingest. We must limit the role played by the doctor at this crucial stage and limit the chance of coercion of the individual or the individual having a death that lacks real autonomy. So in conclusion, this amendment plays a crucial role in safeguarding the rights and autonomy of a terminally ill individual seeking assisted death by ensuring that the method of administration is clearly explained. We empower patients to make an informed, autonomous decision about the way in which they wish to end their life.
Danny Kruger.
Thank you very much, Dame Esther. I want to speak to your Dame Esther, aren't you? Are you not?
Yes, but thank you.
Extraordinary oversight. It's been rectified instantly. I'm sure it will be. If not,
Congratulations.
If not more. Well, Madam Chair.
Interventions will remain short.
That's
Speakers
right.
will-
I'm addressing you.
But
at
thank
least.
you.
I'm addressing you.
It's a good start.
So I want to speak in support of the three amendments in my name, in the name of the Honourable Member for York Central and my Honourable friend for Solihull. His amendment, as he's explained, requires doctors to specify what drugs will be, not just might be used. My amendment states that there must be clarity on the complications and risks involved in the procedure, and 305 states that we must be clearer about other effects in addition to death. Her amendment 306 as well discusses escalation in the event of complications, and I'll come to that too. So we've discussed informed consent previously. We've identified that the General Medical Council, the guidance on critical information that patients must receive, has been selectively placed on the face of the bill in Clause 7. Of the 5 areas that the GMC says should usually be conveyed to patients, 2 were omitted. Firstly, uncertainties about the diagnosis or prognosis, including options for further investigation. And secondly, the potential benefits, risks of harm, uncertainties about and likelihood of success for each option, including the option to take no action. Continuing the quote, by harm we mean any potential negative outcome, including a side effect or complication. So that is not being explicitly stated as something that doctors should communicate to patients. Now, Madam Chair, telling a patient exactly which drug or substance will be used to end their life and its likely side effects is critical if they're to have informed consent. Full understanding requires the patient to know the specific drug that will be used. It lets the patient grasp the method and its effects and indeed its finality. Patients deserve to know how the drug will work, whether it's what its administration will be, whether oral or intravenous, it's the timing that it will take to have effect, minutes or hours, and the other sensations that will be felt. So it's difficult to say that we can convey that information without being specific about what the drug that will be used is. Now, in other countries, for instance in the Netherlands, the criteria do require that patients are fully informed, including of the drug that will be used and the method. In Oregon, their Death with Dignity Act similarly requires discussing the prescription of the specific drugs. And what this does is it would equip the patient to find out more, should they wish to do so, and to ask questions. A patient with terminal disease needs to know the drug to confirm if it aligns with his or her wish for a peaceful death, not just the abstract agreement to die and trusting that the medicines will do the trick. An important consideration, Madam Chair, just to note in passing, is around age. Dr. Jessica Kahn, writing in the Journal of Aid in Dying, found a clear and linear correlation, I'm quoting, a clear and linear correlation between younger patient age and longer times to death. older age patients on average have a shorter death. So I think it is important for clinicians to be aware of this research, and they should consider, and I'm quoting again from Dr. Khan, clinicians should consider and discuss this information as part of informed decision making with patients. And you can only do that if you're aware of what the drugs would be. Now to Amendment 305 specifically, in the name of the member for York Central, this seeks to ensure that the medical practitioner discusses possible effects arising from the substance used to end the person's life. And the clause currently states that the assessing doctor must, I quote, explain to and discuss with the person being assessed the nature of the substance that might be provided to assist the person in their life. This amendment introduces a further requirement for the practitioner to explain and discuss and any other effects in addition to death. And this is important because there are not always going to be safe, pain-free, curated deaths, as I'm afraid are sold by campaigners for this law. The fact is we do need to start with the uncertainties. And the fact is that assisted dying does not offer a risk-free death. In Oregon, between 2012 and 2022, there was an 11% complication rate. Reported side effects included regurgitation, seizures, surviving lethal drugs. 9 patients have regained consciousness after taking assisted suicide prescriptions. Half of all deaths in Oregon took over 53 minutes, which was the median time. So half of all deaths took over 53 minutes to happen. The longest was 137 hours. So it is not guaranteed that you will have an uncomplicated, easy, or indeed pain-free death. Complications have been reported in other jurisdictions as well. In 2019, Washington State stopped reporting data relating to complications, despite multiple complications being reported in the years up till then. Nonetheless, complications including regurgitation, seizures, regaining consciousness have all been recorded since implementation in Washington. In 2018, there were 8 recorded complications in Washington, all of which were regurgitation as a result of the ingestion of lethal drugs. Happy to give way.
Dr. Simon.
Would he accept that, and thank you for the amendments, would he accept, though, that in Australia, for example, they give a very different regime to what they give in America. They give pentobarbital, which has not failed on any occasions in 2,500 treatments since the assisted dying law has been legalised. And in fact, in America, they aren't allowed to use that. They have to use another cocktail of drugs, which isn't as ideal and can give other side effects. And could I also say, I'm not sure that it's totally relevant to discuss the problems of a drug given in America in this context, because we have to just put down in law what the doctor is obliged to say to the patient. Thank you.
Danny.
I'm grateful. Right, so there's a couple of points there, and I think I'm very grateful to him because he helps me to make this point. It is absolutely essential that we discuss the evidence from abroad about the complications that arise from assisted suicide. One point is that the evidence itself is very patchy. We know what we know, but we don't know much, because there is a complete dearth of evidence, including in Australia, which the Honourable Member mentioned. When we had evidence from Australians to the committee, it was put to them accurately that there is a great lack of adequate evidence of data gathering in Australia, as there is in other countries too. So when he says there has been no complications in Australia, what he means is there have been no reports of complications in Australia, because we always need to point out absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. Have to give way.
In terms of the reference he makes to Australia, I think you're right, it was put to the experts that we heard from Australia, but actually I think they were quite clear that there is a huge amount of evidence. Indeed, they have a very robust reporting mechanism in Australia, the best in the world, I would suggest. So there is a huge amount of evidence from that jurisdiction.
Okay, well, I'm grateful to her. Let's not rehash the conversations that we had in the evidence sessions, but I would advise members to review those conversations, and indeed there's further evidence available publicly, which I'm happy to share, of the problems we have with data collection in Australia, as with other countries. And to the Honourable Gentleman's point about it being irrelevant to our discussions, the evidence of complications that arise in other jurisdictions, because of the lack of clarity in the bill at this stage about what drugs will be used to bring about the assisted suicides that we are proposing to legalise, I think it's all we can do is to rely on evidence from abroad, and I will absolutely insist on doing that. Crucially, there's questions of complications and side effects. There's also the question of how long it takes to die. In Canada, a study demonstrated that in 5% of cases, patients experienced a prolonged time to death. Another study showed that 50% of cases in Canada with available data, again, lack of data, but 50% of cases were unsuccessful within 60 minutes. So it's clearly very common in these other countries for death to take up to or more than an hour. The Canadian Association of MAID assessors and providers, the people who do it, acknowledge that patients who ingest assisted suicide drugs can experience burning, nausea, vomiting and regurgitation. I'm not saying this always happens, I'm not saying it happens in the majority of cases, but it clearly does happen, and it is appropriate, therefore, for patients to be properly informed of these risks if they are associated with the drugs that will be used, and we don't know what those are going to be at this stage. In the Netherlands, where assisted suicide has been legal for 20 years, a third of assisted suicide deaths experience some adverse symptoms, such as pain, restlessness, shortness of breath, secretions, nausea, and vomiting. So a third of people dying in the Netherlands experienced some of these distressing side effects as they died. So it is very far from a guarantee of a pain-free death. And it is vital that people considering an assisted death are aware of these possible effects, in addition to the primary effect of the drugs, which is, of course, to kill them. There's also the question of the method of administration, and people should know that the regimes that use an intravenous route of short-acting anaesthetic is also not without problems, and I think people would understand and potentially argue for the value of having an anaesthetic as the first part of the cocktail of drugs that would be administered. But evidence from abroad demonstrates that the anaesthetic induction agent, which is usually propofol, which is a drug that puts you to sleep before surgery, this can wear off rapidly in some people, particularly in younger patients, those who are less ill and those who are larger in size. In around 2/3 of assisted deaths, this is rapidly followed by a paralysing agent. So administrations that use this technique, after the anaesthetic, they follow with a paralysing agent, so that the patient cannot then move a muscle, and unable to breathe at all, they die of asphyxia. So, unfortunately, because there's been no monitoring of patients while given these drugs to ascertain whether they regain consciousness as they die, they cannot move a muscle, and they cannot signal distress. So we are unclear what the experience of the dying person is beneath the apparent calm that has been induced in them by the paralytic drug that they've been given. But we do know this, Madam Chair. Similar combinations have been used in judicial executions, when post-mortem has shown, as reported in the Lancet in 2005, that the blood levels of anaesthetic induction agent in the blood at the time of death was lower than that required for surgery in 88% of executed inmates. And shockingly, in 43%, the concentrations were consistent with awareness, meaning they may have suffered during the execution. Happy to give way.
Dr. Simon.
Thank you for giving way. And he's bringing up lots of rather horrible stories about assisted death. And this is the reason why in Australia and in Switzerland and in Holland, in fact, they have decided, instead of using the regime that you were talking about, they use pentobarbital, which 15 grams has not had any failures. No one has woken up. And indeed, the only real side effect that people complain of before they go to sleep, which is very quick, is that it's very bitter. And otherwise, and one of the reasons why Dignitas use this is because it's so effective and it doesn't have this. So I would just push back a little bit on some of the scare stories that the Honourable Member is using.
Well, Madam Chair, I'm afraid to say this argument, this whole debate about assisted dying is replete with scare stories, and it describes horrible descriptions of horrible events. I'm afraid to say that is the situation we are dealing with. We are here to try and pass a piece of legislation which is designed to avert horrible deaths. I'm absolutely committed to that as well. The point I'm making is that evidence from abroad is that you can also have a horrible death with assisted dying, and he points to Australia. In fact, the evidence is that in Western Australia, particularly, over 4% of assisted deaths in Australia also reported complications. So he might be right that it's a better regime than that used in the United States. Nevertheless, even there, complications occur. And more general point, Madam Chair, is that we do not know yet what the regime is going to be here, and I'm alerting the committee to the genuine danger of an assisted dying regime that does induce these very unpleasant results for patients. Happy to give way.
I'm grateful for the honourable member giving way, and I mean, he may possibly be surprised to hear that I'm inclined to support his amendments and that of my honourable friend who's supporting the Amendment 142. Not for the reasons I have to say, and cutting through some of, should we say, the scare stories in the words of my honourable friend there, or the examples you've been giving, but predominantly for what this amendment does say on the tin, in that the amendment says that a person must be giving full full explanation of the risk of complications. That's, as my honourable friend put it, about how it should be administered. And I've said a number of times during this committee,
Can I just check this is an intervention?
it is an intervention, but I think my plea would be to the honourable member here is to focus exactly what the amendment is saying. And I appreciate all the kind of stories and examples the honourable member wishes to make, but it's important to reflect on this. And as I said, I'm minded to support it.
I'm grateful to the honourable member for his intervention. Right. 306 is the amendment in the name of the member for York Central that addresses the question of what to do in the event of complications. And I recognise that that Clause 9 does state that that must be discussed, which I welcome that point of the bill. I think there is a significant absence, though, which this amendment would address, which is what to do in the event of complications, specifically interventions that would be appropriate. And here we get into a very, very difficult area, Madam Chair, and I personally find it difficult to understand the way out of it. It's just the consequence of the sort of legislation we are considering. What do you do when complications arise? Specifically, what do you do when the patient is not dying? Doesn't die, just is still alive some hours later, possibly in distress. And we know, and I've cited some of the evidence for this, about some of the complications that occur and the prevalence, 10% in Oregon, of people who experience complications, including some who don't, who simply come back, wake up again. So the fact is we do need to resolve this. At the bill currently, in relation to explaining possible side effects and complications, none of the declarations signed by the doctors or the person requesting assistance does actually confirm in writing that the criterion has been met about proper communication. So that's one concern. But my more substantial one is, and I'll finish with this, Madam Chair, is that at the moment they have to explain the complications, even though we don't know what the drugs are going to be yet, but nevertheless they had to explain the complications. But they can't discuss or decide with the patient what they would do in the event of those complications. We know the doctor must be present at the end or in the next room, but genuinely, can they halt the process if complications arise, if the patient wakes up or is exhibiting signs of distress? That would be against the last known wishes of the patient, who was the last thing they said was they wanted to go ahead with the death. Should they expedite the death, knowing this is what the patient theoretically wanted, but of course not, because that would be euthanasia. That would be the doctor actually killing the patient, which is illegal under this bill. Do they stand by and do nothing at all, which goes against their obligations as a doctor to address symptoms and illness in the patient? If the patient is fitting, vomiting, the normal practice of a doctor in that circumstance would be to clear their airways. Should they do that, knowing that that might bring the patient back to life, it might resuscitate them, it might stop the assisted death happening? Now, we'll come in Clause 18 to what the whole process of the assistance that the doctor is giving, but I do think we are obliged in this committee and in this House, when we come to debate this bill fully, to choose between three options. We either have to allow complications without any guidance, which is what the bill does, which raises all sorts of challenges, practical and ethical concerns for doctors. We should stipulate that the patient should be revived, perhaps if a certain degree of distress is witnessed or if the patient is still alive after a certain period of time. Or we should allow euthanasia, or we should say in that event the doctor should be authorised to expedite the death. I don't know what the option should be. That is a question that a doctor would have to face in reality in the bedroom of a patient who's exhibiting complications. I don't know what to do, but I don't think we should be proceeding with this bill. But those who do believe in it, I think, do have to answer this question. What do you do if a patient is exhibiting distress and not dying? Do you bring them back to life? Do you expedite the death? Or do you do nothing? And I'll leave it there.
Sean Woodcock.
Thank you very much. Chair, I rise to speak in support of Amendment 362, forward by the Honourable Member for East Wiltshire. The amendment requires the registered medical practitioner to explain and discuss the nature and the risk of the lethal drugs. And there's a bit of a theme to the amendments that I've been putting forward so far, which is that they almost all, are about giving the patient more information. The proposer of the bill is quite right in focusing on the importance of the autonomy of the patient. And I absolutely, and I'm sure everybody across the committee believes and values the autonomy of the patient. But autonomy is linked into, true autonomy is linked into having access to good quality information. It can severely impact your autonomy if you don't have access to good, accurate quality information. And this bill states that the person must have an informed wish to end their own life. I believe that this must explicitly include an understanding of the nature of and the risks of the lethal drugs involved in assisted dying. This bill's passage through this plate has led to lots of conversations and a greater awareness of the issue of death across the country. Now, as morbid as it is, I actually think that's a really good thing, and I think it's a really healthy thing that people are talking about end of life. It's something we're all going to encounter, and I think it's to be welcome. The debate on assisted dying has made many people concerned about the nature of death and the choice that they might face at the end of their life. Inevitably, for some, an impression has been given that an assisted death uniformly provides a pain-free alternative. Now, I accept that that is absolutely what the proposal of the bill and those in support of it are aiming at, and that's not in question. But we've heard from the comments of the Honourable Member for East Wiltshire earlier of issues with that, and that there have been exceptions where this has also been put in place. I'd also point to the evidence of James Haslam, a consultant in anesthesia and intensive care medicine, who put in his written evidence to the committee, assisted death does not guarantee a painless, peaceful and dignified death. The key word there is guarantee. I will emphasise that the word is guarantee, that is important here. Because unfortunately for some people who ingest the prescribed lethal drugs they do experience distressing complications. In the Netherlands, a high dose of barbiturates is used for oral administration of lethal drugs in 2/3 of cases. So the majority, the person dies within 90 minutes. But a third of cases do take longer, up to 30 hours. Complications include difficulty in swallowing the whole prescribed dose, vomiting, and in some cases re-emergence from coma. I don't accept this as an incidental concern. Vomiting affects up to 10% of assisted deaths by oral administration in the Netherlands. Now, there is no easy way to research the efficacy of these drugs on humans, given their lethal effects. As a result, there is no regulatory authority in the world that has approved these drugs to be used for this purpose. The data that we have shows that these complications take place in all jurisdictions that have assisted dying. As the Honourable Member for East Wiltshire has already mentioned, I won't go over it, but he mentioned that between 2012 and 2022, there was an 11% complication rate. These complications raise important ethical and medical questions for the doctor and the terminally ill person. Of course, by the time complications occur, it's too late to discuss or to reconsider the person's options. That's why it's essential, in my view, that the registered medical practitioner has already explained and discussed with the person the risk and nature of the lethal drugs. Choice is not simply about having options available, but about understanding them. And that goes back to the point I made at the very beginning.
autonomy is absolutely linked into the quality of the information that you've been given in order to make that autonomous choice. That requires the registered medical practitioner explaining the full risk and the nature of the possible complications from the lethal drugs. The General Medical Council sets out 5 points of guidance for doctors for how they should hold a dialogue with their patients about reaching a decision. 3 of the GMC's 5 points of guidance are already covered by the bill as written, but 2 are excluded. And they are uncertainties about the diagnosis or prognosis, including options for further investigation, and the potential benefits, risks of harm, uncertainties about and likelihood of success for each option, including the option to take no action. Now, personally, I can see no good reason why we would not want doctors to be entirely honest with patients who are considering assisted dying, up even to the point of saying the vast majority of people will not have any complication, but there is a chance. And I personally don't see any issue with that, or why there should be an issue with that. Doctors should give their patients this information because it is good practice, as we've heard from the Honourable Member Stroud and the Honourable Member Solly or Weston Shirley, but also as the GMC guidance make clear. They should do so because we should not give people with serious illnesses a false picture of what assisted death would mean. I link back to the emphasis on the word guarantee, as per the written evidence. This amendment would affirm the sponsor's commitment to upholding medical standards. It clarifies the full responsibility of the registered medical practitioner under the General Medical Council guidelines, and perhaps more importantly, it puts the terminally ill person in a better position to understand fully the options available and the associated risks. We've heard frequently on this committee that the bill is about expanded choice and autonomy at the end of life. To act autonomously, they need, emphasise again, to understand what they're facing the best that they can with the best and most accurate information available to them as early as possible. And that's why I'm supporting this amendment, and I would urge the committee to do the same.
Now, Sean.
Thank you, Chair. I'm speaking in support of the Honourable Amendment 305 and 306 in the name of the Honourable Member for York Central. Much has been said about these amendments. Under 305, a doctor would have to explain what effects medicines would have as well as death. And I appreciate the points from the member from Solihull earlier and what other members have said in terms of effects and side effects, so to speak. So the first thing for me, whilst I'm talking about this, we don't know the side effects. There's no research in any of these drugs to say for the purpose that we're looking at for any drugs, for assisted suicide, whichever jurisdiction calls it, euthanasia, whatever it is that they're called, there isn't. So the idea that we would be able to, in any instance, give a clear view of what the side effects are to her, so to speak, they're largely unknown in some instances, in the way I'm trying to understand it. The other thing for me is, in addition to that, there's different drugs, and I know my Honourable Member for Stroud mentioned one drug, pentobarbital, I think that's how you pronounce it. There's huge concerns with that, whilst I don't know about the Australia issue, but I know from when we've looked at evidence from Death Row, because Texas started using it, there has been huge concerns and been lawsuits in America, because there certainly were in the past, and I'm happy to be referred to other evidence, was that it was, in some cases, was akin to suffocating, and some even described it as being waterboarded and drowning. So there are some concerns with some of those drugs that were used in other jurisdictions, and I agree with the Honourable Member from East Wiltshire that actually we should be looking at all of these jurisdictions, because this is something new, and we need to, if we're learning from the other jurisdictions where it's happened, where it's happened and it's been okay for people, whether it was Australia or others, then it's equally right that we hear from those jurisdictions when things haven't gone right and gone to plan. So I think it's really important. The relevant part of Clause 9 currently states the assessing doctor must explain to and discuss with the person being assessed, amongst other things, the nature of the substance that might be provided to assist the person to end their own life, including how it will bring about death. Under Amendment 305, it would state instead that the assessing doctor must explain to and discuss with the person being assessed, among other things, the nature of a substance that might be provided to assist the person to end their own life, including how it will bring about death and any other effects in addition to death. And that's really important. There are several relevant things that patients should know if we want them to be able to make an informed choice. Firstly, they should have as clear an idea as possible of what the experience of taking the lethal drugs is like. In some countries where people have undergone assisted dying swallow a cocktail of drugs. Patients whose assisted dying processes did not succeed have said these drugs are bitter tasting. If that is the method used in assisted death in this country, then applicants should be aware of that, because some people don't take tablets, they just don't do it. If other methods are used, then doctors should again inform patients of what the experience of taking the lethal drugs will be like to the best of their knowledge. The second thing about assisted death applicants should know is that they may suffer complications. We do know from countries and states that do have assisted dying that some patients do undergo complications during this process. And it's been said before, but I will, for the purpose of this amendment and my speech, repeat again. I think it's really important that when there are complications, people may vomit, undergo seizures, and in one assisted dying recipient took 137 hours to die. That's 5 days and 17 hours. We don't know the full number of patients that have died very lengthy deaths in Oregon because of the lethal drugs that are self-administered, usually with no doctor present. So I wouldn't take that as reliable, that just because there's an absence of a report where things have gone wrong, that actually everything has gone right. Oregon also found that at least 9 patients had failed to die from lethal drugs. We do not know if that is a total number, again, because the assisted dying applicants in Oregon self-administer drugs. We can say with certainty that complications exist, although unfortunately the gaps in the data mean we do not know just how common they are. Amendment 306, moving on, Chair, would change the duties of a doctor who was present during the assisted dying process. Currently, the relevant part of Clause 9 states that the coordinating doctor must discuss with the person their wishes in the event of complications arising in connection with the self-administration of an approved substance. If this amendment were accepted, it would state that the coordinated doctor must discuss with the person their wishes in the event of complications arising in connection with self-administration of an approved substance, including escalation of medical intervention. This is a point of great importance, both for the person seeking assisted dying and the doctor who would have to be present for this process. It would mean that the applicant and the doctor would have to think through what they wanted to happen if the applicant did develop complications. Should the doctor, at a certain point, act to revive an applicant? Or, for example, if that person seemed to be suffering extreme pain as a result of lethal drugs? Or should the doctor remain as an observer? And if that was clinically possible, someone to administer further pain-relieving drugs? Because I would say not doing anything is clearly not an option. Both of the courses of action might seem harrowing to the person seeking assisted dying, but this is something that they should clearly discuss with the doctor, because these are things that could happen in reality. There are clearly no easy answers to these questions, but if applicants are to take an informed choice over assisted dying, and we want to provide that autonomy, they must know that these questions exist and discuss them with their doctors. We have talked a lot about autonomy for people with serious illness. Those people will not have autonomy unless they are informed in accurate detail about the possible outcomes of assisted dying, as these amendments ensure they would. Ultimately, Chair, for me, if someone takes the drugs to end their life, they will either die, and if they don't die and are left in a compromised state. Are they escalated to A&E? Because leaving them in that state is not a condition, it is not option. It's not an option for any doctor. Or does the doctor then proceed to actually administer more drugs? What does a doctor do? And if that isn't clarified, yeah, happy to give way.
I think you raised a really important point. I mean, as it says in clause 9, the doctor has an obligation to discuss with the person their wishes in the event of complications. So that conversation would have happened with the patient. But just to be really clear, the doctor cannot intervene to expedite the patient's death. That is also very clear in the bill.
I thank the Honourable Member for her intervention, and actually it's not covered in 306 clause 9. Clause 9C does not cover so it covers the complications, but it doesn't state clearly what would happen in terms of those complications. Would you want to still be carrying on down that path of where you want to be, have those
Would you like? Thank you. It does say discuss with the person their wishes. So in terms of would you want the doctor to call an ambulance if it got complicated, or would you want to just be left? So you would discuss with the patient what their wishes were in that situation. Unfortunately, it doesn't happen very often.
Yeah, fortunately not. I'm not convinced it does. I will go back to this, but I've just read this because of the member from Solihull raised this in terms of it would, and I support his amendment, and somebody else raised it earlier. But I'm not convinced this is covered in terms of the complications, because it doesn't set out. When we say complications, we're not talking about... So in the usual sense, complications, side effects from medication, we have research, we have literature that's given to us, we understand those potential side effects. In this instance, we don't have a measuring yardstick, because there is nobody, and I don't know if a minister can say when he speaks about what are the intentions of what kind of, I mean, it'd be helpful to have an impact assessment, but if any research has been done in this area. So I'm not convinced 9C does actually cover this point. I think this makes it much more stronger, because ultimately these are drugs that have not been tested, and there's a very good reason they've not been tested, because they lead to death. So we're in uncharted territories. So for when we are doing things which we have not done before, then we also need to do, we can't just pick and choose what we apply that analogy to. We need to be careful. I feel we really need to consider the options of making, especially this clause in particular, making it much stronger.
Will my honourable friend give way?
Happy to give way.
Can I just gently point out to my honourable friend, I completely understand what she is saying in terms of what may potentially need to happen in the result of medical intervention, but this amendment won't do that. This amendment doesn't spell out in any way, shape or form what that medical intervention would look like. It just says a random discussion, but it doesn't actually lay out in any sort of sense about that medical intervention. So I don't really see how this amendment will do what my honourable friend is actually...
Thanks, honourable member, for his intervention. How the bill is stated at the moment does not include effects. All it says is complications. It doesn't include the potential effects of the drugs that will be used. That's how this amendment strengthens that.
Will she give way?
Yeah, happy to give way.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think that it might appear that we're dancing on a pinhead, but it does go to the heart of the question about what on earth you do in the event of complications. And the bill, as drafted, does say that, as the honourable lady says, discussions should be had about wishes in the event of complications. That might simply be, do you want us to call somebody? Do you want us to, sort of try and make you more comfortable? What the amendment would do is discuss escalation. So what further medical interventions might be appropriate in the event of complications arising? And there is a huge question for us, which we haven't yet had answered, about what on earth the range of options that a doctor could have should be. So the importance of the amendment is to specify there may be further medical interventions that take place in the event of complications. That's the value of it. Does she agree?
John. Thank the honourable member, and I completely agree. That does. He says it much better than I responded then, so I appreciate that and thank you for that. Did the honourable member want to? No, I can't. Right, thank you. And that's all, Chair. Thank you.
Dr. Simon.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to honourable members. I'll be very, very brief, because I think we've discussed this enough. Can I just say I totally agree with my honourable friend from Banbury. Patients need to be informed about the procedure. Absolutely, there's no argument about that. And I do actually approve of the first 3 amendments in this set. Can I just say a bit about data? I met the pharmacist from Australia who's in charge assisted dying, and he had data from 2,500 patients who have taken assisted dying, and it's quite clear 50%. That all of them have died. That's the first thing. No one has survived. Almost everyone immediately goes to sleep. And this can be a problem because if they don't take the whole medicine, that's where we'll get into one slight difficulty, which I'll explain in a minute. 50% have died within 30 minutes, 70% within an hour, 95% within 2 hours. They had one patient who survived for 21 hours, and that's because she hadn't taken the full dose because she went to sleep before that. So that is a potential problem. And I think all these things should be described. And routinely in Australia, they are described to them. So we've got plenty of data. That's the first thing. The last thing I want to say is, look, we're dealing with the situation, end of life. I have sat with patients as they've died. I've seen people being a little bit sick sometimes. We know how to cope with that. We don't need a specification of how we cope with someone who is dying because we have done it many, many times. So I do not think that Amendment 306 will add anything to this bill because it's part of what doctors do normally. So that's what I'd like to say. All right, go on then, Naz.
Thank you. Genuinely trying to understand, when he says that I'd just like him to clarify, when he says we generally do this anyway, the difference is, in this instance, this is somebody who has chosen to have a death. That's not, when generally doctors do anything, they're trying to save patients, aren't they? And that's your general, the general rule of thumb is a doctor saves lives. In this instance, they're not, they're wanting death.
Thank you, my honourable friend, for that. Can I actually say that we're not doing that in these situations of terminal care? We are allowing someone to die. And so we are very experienced in allowing people to die. And I've done it for 25 years. So it's not a new skill just because we have the assisted dying element of it. We deal with the situation as it arises. Okay, I've virtually finished. But
yeah, no, well, I'm grateful to him. I mean, I think he puts his finger on a key point, and my honourable friend is absolutely right. Surely he acknowledges there is a difference between allowing somebody to die and giving them lethal drugs that make them die. I'm sure he'd acknowledge that the practical, if not the moral distinction between the two. And when he says he's had lots of experience of helping people die, has he ever had experience of watching somebody die after administering them lethal drugs? No.
Dr. Simon Ofer.
No, I haven't, because that's illegal at present, and this is what this whole committee is about changing. But I have sat with patients who have slowly died, and it's not about whether you get an ambulance. You know you don't do that. You're allowing the patient to die, and if something happens which involves you having to help the patient, then you just do it. But we don't need to specify that in this bill. That is part of normal medical practice. Thank you. Can I? Thank you very much.
I'm grateful, Chair. Thank you very much. I will be brief with my statements. I've already alluded to some of my support, and I'd just like to put on record support for Amendment 93. I think not a lot of debate's been happened this afternoon on that, because I think it's a fairly straightforward proposal. I would also just like to say at this point, I mean, there's been a lot of discussion, and my friends on both sides of the chamber have spoken in defence, and I don't think they should have been speaking in defence about the medical profession, huge parts of this. Of course, we've seen occasional bad practice like we do in all professions, but I just think we should also take a moment to reflect the dedication of medical professionals, the diligence and their hard work in everything they do and their expertise. I think occasionally this debate has, on occasions, almost presented this as a 50-50 choice between good doctors and bad doctors, and I think we'd all agree that is absolutely not the case at all, whilst also wanting to put in the right safeguards. Just very briefly, and I've said at this point a number of times before, I absolutely don't want to put amendments in here which is spelling out all the rules and regs that every doctor has to go to the nth degree all the time. As my honourable friend has eloquently made the point on a number of occasions, this is already in their codes of conduct, in working practice, in their training and everything else. However, on occasions, we can't also be satisfied as this is just a given. And for that reason, I think amendments, particularly 142, 362, and perhaps also 305. I think if we're saying that the nature of the substance might be provided to assist the person to end their life, in brackets, including how it brings about death, I don't think it's a huge leap to also say we should also spell out how that may be administered, about the possible risks and complications that come with that. As I say, I don't think it will create any unintended consequences. I don't think it puts the full rule book on the face of the bill. But I think if we are also stipulating about how this will bring about the death, then I don't think it's a huge leap, as I say, to also talk about those other kind of side effects. I think cutting through some of the stories and everything else like we've heard this afternoon, actually, as I've said before, it should be about what these amendments actually look to do on the tin. And I think we should be asking doctors, although I'm absolutely sure, as my honourable friend said, these conversations will be happening naturally anyway. But I don't think there's anything harmful in these particular amendments, as we've discussed today. Just quickly, finally, on 306, I understand the points my honourable friend and the honourable member have made on this. I fail to see, if I'm being totally honest, about how this actually satisfies the very arguments they were looking to make, as powerful as they are. This actually doesn't solve the issue in which they're looking to solve in terms of this amendment. I don't think it answers really any questions. So for that reason, I won't be supporting 306, but I'm minded to support the other amendments in this grouping. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Amendment 93 relates to the discussion during the assessments that the coordinating doctor and independent doctor are required to have with the person. The amendment would require that each of these doctors, during their assessment, must discuss the nature of the substance which is to be provided to the patient to end their life, rather than the substance which might be provided. Regarding 305, in all areas, clinicians are expected to work with patients to make decisions about their care and treatment as part of a shared decision-making process, including discussing risks, benefits and possible consequences of different options. The committee may wish to note that the GMC's good medical practice states that doctors must discuss with patients the potential benefits, risks of harm, uncertainties about and likelihood of success for each option when discussing a patient's condition. Regarding one, I will give way.
I thank the Honourable Minister for giving way. It's on that very point that I'm really struggling. Generally speaking, the GMC guidelines are absolutely right. The doctors are saving lives and making that person better. In this instance, we're talking about somebody who might have complications, for example, and they vomit, and lots of times it happens because people are subconscious. What does the clinician then do? Do they proceed with an assisted death, or do they call get them into A&E? What do they do? That's the question I'm trying to get to. I'm trying to understand that, Minister. I'm hoping you can respond.
I thank my honourable friend for that intervention. She'll know that the bill states that the assessing doctor must discuss the individual's wishes in the event of complications, which could include medical interventions, but what is absolutely also clear is that the bill precludes the doctor from making any intervention vis-à-vis the patient that may lead to the patient's death. This bill is based on self-administration, not on administration from or by the doctor. So by definition, the actions that can be taken by the doctor would be things like calling an ambulance. It would not be things like escalating the substance that's been used in order to bring about the death of the patient. I hope that's clear to her.
I thank the Minister for that. Can I ask the Minister what happens if the patient has set out in advance they want no interventions? So under that clause, as you laid out, they've said, in the event of complications and vomiting and I'm in distress, I want no interventions. However, when it happens, the pain, the distress is at a different level and they are begging the doctor to help them. What does the doctor do in that instance?
Minister?
I thank her for that intervention. I think the key point here is what takes primacy above all else is the professional judgment of the doctor. And every doctor in the profession, and I do actually commend the words of my honourable friend earlier, just reinforcing the immense skill and professionalism and judgment of clinicians and medical professionals across the length and breadth of our country. I think that clearly in a crisis situation such as the one that she describes, the professional judgment of the doctor would kick in and they would take whatever action would be necessary. So I think I don't think that a doctor would accept being told by a patient if there are complications and something like she were to just describe were to happen. I don't think that the doctor would accept being able to, would not accept those conditions.
I thank the Minister for that clarity. Would the Minister think it was worthwhile setting this out in more detail, however, in order to protect doctors, actually, and to make it really clear what happens in this situation? Because this is unprecedented, it is unique, this is a very new process we would have, and I can imagine substantial moral injury to doctors from being put in that predicament if we're not very, very clear about what they are required to do and what they are required not to do.
Minister.
I thank you for that intervention, but I think that we go back again to the basic position of the Department for Health and Social Care, and by extension the government, is that we rely on and trust in our medical profession to make judgments and to do the right thing. They take the Hippocratic Oath. So they are going to do what is right for the patient within the circumstances of their interaction with that patient. I think those are set out in guidance and in the corpus of law that we already have. So there's a risk of destabilising the system by introducing measures that may well cause confusion and muddy the waters when the waters don't need to be muddied.
Danny.
The waters are pretty muddied by this bill, I'm afraid, Madam Chair. They state a direct contradiction of the Hippocratic Oath, which requires doctors to save lives and to do nothing to bring about their death and not to give them lethal drugs. It's right there in the Hippocratic Oath. There is obviously a real challenge at this moment. If somebody has had assisted death drugs and then is exhibiting complications, possibly not dying quickly, showing distress, the obligation on a doctor normally would be to relieve their symptoms and to try and bring them back to life. Is he saying that's what they should do? And if not, what should they do?
Minister.
Well, I thank him for that intervention. I mean, there's a debate to be had about the bill and the effect that it has on supporting a patient. And I'm not here as a member of the government to comment on the rights and wrongs of that, but those who support the bill would argue that a doctor participating and facilitating assisted dying is actually helping the patient and is therefore absolutely aligned with the Hippocratic Oath, which is to do no harm. But that's in the eye of the beholder, as I'm sure he would agree, and it's not my job to get into the whys and wherefores of the sort of philosophy that underpins the bill.
And if we could come back to the amendments, it could be helpful.
I would love to.
I thought that might be helpful.
With huge pleasure. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'd be more than happy to take that discussion with the honourable gentleman at another time. Regarding Amendment 142, it's worth noting that options for the method of administration of the substance may change if a patient's condition alters as they progress through the process set out in this bill. Turning to 362, which adds to the list of matters that must be discussed at the first and second assessment by the coordinating and independent doctors. It requires the assessing doctor to include an explanation and discussion on not only how the approved substance will bring about death, as set out in the original draft of this bill, but also the risk and nature of any possible complications, including pain. The committee may wish to note that the GMC's good medical practice already states that doctors must discuss with patients the potential benefits, risks of harm, uncertainties about and likelihood of success of each option when discussing a patient's condition. Turning to Amendment 306, as it stands, the bill specifies that the assessing doctor must discuss the individual's wishes in the event of complications, which could include medical interventions. However, Amendment 306 goes further to specify medical intervention must be discussed here. I hope that those observations were helpful to the committee. Thank you, Chair.
Kim Levin.
Thank you, Chair. I'll start, if I may, by looking at the amendment from the Honourable Member for Solihull West and Shirley. I think he's made a really important point around the language in that particular clause, and as such I'm very happy to support that amendment. And it feels quite clear, Madam Chair, that across the committee there is no disagreement that a terminally ill person requesting assistance to shorten their death should be given all the information necessary to help them make the clear, informed and settled decision that the bill requires. That should include an explanation of the drugs that are likely to be used, bearing in mind that there may be more than one option available to the person when the time comes, depending on their medical circumstances, and also how they would be administered. And as such, I am minded to support the amendment from my honourable friend, the member for Broxtowe, Amendment 142. I think both 142 and 93 provide clarity in a way that I think is very helpful for the bill. In terms of 305, 306 and 362, I think there is good intention there, but I'm confident that they are already covered by Clause 9, subsection 2b IV, 4, Roman numerals, and Clause 9, subsection 2c. But I do take on board the point made by the Honourable Member for Solihull West and Shirley around the concept of side effects. And I think maybe there is something going forward to look at around that use of language, if that might be helpful. But yes, I'm minded to support 93 and 142, Chair. Thank you.
Dr Neil Shoestrey-Hurst.
You may be delighted to know, Chair, I've got nothing further to add to this particular.
Can I ask, will the member be pressing his amendment or withdrawing it? Amendment 93, proposed to clause 9, as on the amendment paper. The question is that this amendment be made. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 305 to clause 9 has already been debated with the amendment 93. Does any member wish to move amendment 305 formally?
I beg to move.
Amendment 305 to clause 9, as on the amendment paper. The question is the amendment be made. As many of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no.
No.
Division? Lock the doors.
Jack Abbott.
Aye.
Lewis Atkinson.
No.
Juliet Campbell. Bambos Charalambos.
No.
Daniel Francis.
Aye.
Tom Gordon.
No.
Sarah Green. No. Rachel Hopkins.
No.
Sojourn Joseph.
Aye.
Stephen Kinnock.
No.
Danny Kruger.
Aye.
Kim Leadbeater.
No.
Kit Malthouse.
No.
Sarah Olney.
Aye.
Dr Simon Ofer.
No.
Rebecca Paul.
Aye.
Jake Richards. Liz Havell-Roberts.
No.
Naz Shah.
Aye.
Dr Neil Shastrey-Hurst.
No.
Dr Mary Tidball.
No.
Sean Woodcock.
Aye.
The ayes were 9. The noes were 13. The noes have it. The noes have it. Unlock. Amendment 142 to clause 9 has already been debated with Amendment 93. Juliet Campbell, do you wish to move Amendment 142 formally?
Formally moved, Chair.
Amendment 142 to clause 9 is on the amendment paper. The question is that the amendment be made. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 362 to clause 9 has already been debated with Amendment 93. Danny Kruger, do you wish to move Amendment 362 formally?
I beg to move.
Amendment 362 to clause 9, as on the amendment paper. The question is that the amendment be made. As many of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
On the contrary, no.
No.
Division and a bell. Lock the doors.
Jack Abbott. Lewis Atkinson. Lewis Atkinson.
No.
Juliet Campbell. Lambos Cheryl Lambos.
No.
Daniel Francis.
Aye.
Tom Gordon. No. Sarah Green. No. Rachel Hopkins.
No.
Sojan Joseph.
Aye.
Stephen Kinnock.
No.
Danny Kruger.
Aye.
Kim Lopita.
No.
Kit Motthouse.
No.
Sarah Olney.
Aye.
Dr. Simon Ofer.
No.
Rebecca Paul.
Aye.
Jake Richards.
No.
Sarah. Liz Saville Roberts. Nurse Shaw.
Aye.
Dr. Neil Shastri Hurst.
No.
Dr. Mary Tidball.
No.
Sean Woodcock.
Aye.
The ayes were 9, the noes were 13. The noes have it, the noes have it. Unlock. Amendment 306 to Clause 9 has already been debated with Amendment 93. Does any member wish to move Amendment 306 formally? Withdrawn. We now come to Amendment 307 to Clause 9 in the name of Rachel Maskell.
Sorry. You said Amendment 306?
Yes, we did. Yeah. Yeah. You missed. We'd already started moving the last one. We'd already started moving the next one. Okay. We now come to Amendment 307 to Clause 9 in the name of Rachel Maskell, with which it will be convenient to consider Amendment 308. Does any member wish to move Amendment 307?
Are we, point of order, are we now in a different group? Or are we still in the same group?
We're now moving on to
The next group, yes. Okay, well, I wish to move 307, unless my honourable friend would wish to do so, because he might want to speak before me. Okay, well, I'm happy to move. Okay. Thank you.
Danny Kruger.
Thank you, Chair. This concerns the question of who should be informed of when an application has been made, when an assisted death has been approved, at what stage it's appropriate for family members or next of kin to be debated. And we did discuss in the debate on Clause 8 the question about whether a patient should be asked to state whether they've informed their family or not. I think it is appropriate to have a stronger requirement for patients to notify, or indeed for doctors to notify patients next of kin. And Amendment 307 removes the phrase, insofar as the assessing doctor considers it appropriate, leaving, they should, quote, advise the person to consider discussing the request with their next of kin. So, and then 308 that follows is either supplementary to that or it can work in isolation, because that states, I quote, if the doctor considers that it is not in the patient's best interests, this decision and the doctor's reasoning must be documented. And, Madam Chair, I think this is a very important group of amendments because they communicate the truth that it is not just the patient who is affected by an assisted death. Indeed, conversely, behind the individual patient who might be thinking that they're acting in absolute autonomy and without reference to others, whereas I suggest that others are affected, behind that apparently autonomous person, there may be somebody else who's exercising undue influence on them. So, to me, these amendments speak to the essential tension at the heart of the bill about whether we're talking about isolated individuals or whether we are recognising the reality that no man or woman is an island, that we are all connected and we all have obligations, whether indeed as a society, to the people who are going to be involved in the administration of this procedure, but more directly and more obviously whether we have an obligation to family members and indeed to the patient themselves to be sure that they are not subject to undue influence, which can only, well, there are many ways to try and identify undue influence, but one important one that would be addressed by this amendment is the opportunity to involve their wider family in the discussions leading up to their assisted death. And I want to just read out very short testimonies that we've heard in the evidence. Again, I don't want people who have submitted evidence to feel that their efforts have been in vain, that they've gone into a black hole. That some of us, at least, have digested this, and I want to repeat this for the benefit of the whole committee. I'm going to quote from Anna Bosson. I was at home late one evening in London when I received an unexpected call from a nurse at my mother's nursing home in Australia. She said to me, "I'm calling from your mother's room. All her friends are around her and are singing as they see her off. She has a morphine pump in her hand and I'm helping her to pump it." It's an understatement, says Anna, to say that I was shocked, as this had come totally out of the blue. She then goes on to explain sort of the efforts that she made and the enormous trauma that she has suffered in consequence of this event happening without her prior knowledge. Donna Duncan also gave evidence to us, and I quote from her. "My mother informed us of her scheduled maid," which is the Canadian system, "less than 48 hours before her initial appointment, leaving my sister and me scrambling to respond. Over the next 5 days, we used every legal tool available, including obtaining a warrant under the Mental Health Act to try and keep her alive through all legal means. She was admitted to a psychiatric unit, but released after 48 hours and died without our knowledge just 4 hours later. Both of us have been diagnosed with PTSD as a result of these events." And, Madam Chair, I'm afraid to say there are a number of terrible examples of this happening in jurisdictions where assisted dying is legal and would be possible in our country too. And I draw the attention of the committee to evidence or to points made by the member for York Central, who's moved this amendment, or who's tabled the amendment, about a constituent of hers, again, whose parent had an assisted death without her knowledge, and the trauma that she has suffered, feeling that it was the wrong thing to do and that the medical team should have had more knowledge of the circumstances around their parents' life. Now, we've heard evidence from the British Association of Social Workers. They gave evidence after the oral sessions. They wrote in giving significant concerns about the bill and stressing the absolute imperative of proper family input at the right stage of this process. And indeed, this point does seem to be half recognised in the bill, because Clause 9 states, insofar as the assessing doctor considers it appropriate, again, that discretion that is being given to doctors to not proceed to make sure that family are informed. Now, I think that when considering a request for assistance to end one's life, requiring the doctor to decide whether it's appropriate to advise the patient to discuss it with the next of kin, that introduces several problems. It places a subjective burden on the doctor. The term appropriate is very vague. Does it hinge on the patient's family dynamics, their emotional state, or indeed the doctor's own biases? Happy to give way.
I'm grateful, Chair. The amendment that the Honourable Member is supporting speaks of a doctor having to consider what is in the person's best interest, which is wholly subjective. Does he not agree that the same difficulties that he's identifying with the current drafting is extrapolated greatly by the amendment?
I'm afraid there's a huge degree of There's a huge degree of subjectivity throughout this bill, and we're putting an enormous obligation on doctors to use their best judgment. I think it is appropriate, though, to stipulate more clearly that it is appropriate, in general, to inform patients' families, and that leaving the vague term appropriate essentially implies it's either or. It's a sort of 50-50 choice whether they should do so or not. So I think it is important to specify that the expectation is that they should do so. Of course, there will be circumstances in which it would not be the right thing to do, but as these amendments make clear, they should explain that very clearly if they're not going to do so. Now, a doctor might hesitate to suggest the discussion with family if they suspect that there are strained relationships within the family. My concern is that without clear guidance, the judgment could be inconsistent or legally challenged. It might be that the doctor knows the next of kin and he or she believes they will try and stop the patient from ending their life. We've heard this quite often that there's concern that the family are some sort of coercive force trying to prevent people from fulfilling their autonomous choice to end their life, and that we should put in place barriers to stop families trying to dissuade their loved one from assisted suicide. We heard this repeatedly, particularly from the Australian witnesses we had. So my concern is that particularly, and this goes specifically to certain communities within our country, I think the doctors from individualistic cultures, which we have in Western Europe, North America, they would prioritise personal autonomy. They would deem it inappropriate to suggest family involvement, viewing it as an intrusion on the patient's rights. I think we need to state clearly that that is not the expectation. The expectation is that they should be considering family, involving the family in the discussion. My concern is that an exaggerated respect for medical confidentiality. I mean, my belief, as you know, Madam Chair, is that the committee knows, is that this is not a healthcare treatment at all. But if it is to be regarded as a healthcare treatment, I don't think we should assume that medical confidentiality applies in an absolute sense. There are specific differences between this so-called medical treatment and others, which do justify, in my view, an override of the assumption of total medical confidentiality, and it is therefore appropriate, as in certain other medical procedures which I'll come to, that family members should be involved. And I want to just quickly cite the written evidence that we heard from Dr. Rosemary Anthony Pillai, who pointed out this. The clause lays bare the reality that in trying to, rightly, she says, diminish any accusation of coercion or family disagreement, the bill will lead many to a lonely death. Families or loved ones finding out only after the event how the person died will have its own bereavement issues. And this bill in no way seeks to consider that. And I cite the evidence we had from At a Loss, which is the UK charity dedicated to ensuring that bereaved people can access support. They say that discovering the decision that somebody has had helped to take their own life without prior warning can replicate the distress often associated with sudden or suicide-related deaths, thereby intensifying bereavement trauma and potential suicide contagion, which is a very significant threat, and we won't rehash the argument about whether suicide increases in countries with assisted suicide. My strong view from the evidence is that it does. Now, the fact is, Madam Chair, for the safety of the patient, if this process is kept secret, even from those who know the patient well, the assessing doctors in the panel are going to be trying to answer very difficult questions about the patient's feelings and their circumstances, partly blindfolded. If someone is in a controlling relationship, they and the person abusing them are not going to volunteer to the doctor or the panel that they've been put under, that there's any pressure going on. They may not even understand it to be pressure. It is very common for an abusive partner to try to isolate the victim from their close friends and family. And the member for Ealing Central was writing recently about how this has come up in her constituency, how the ex-husband of her constituent sister reappeared on the scene, charmed and isolated this woman, and then got her to change her will in his favour. This is the technique that happens with coercive control. So some level of required notification to the wider family would mean that it was much harder for a controlling partner to push someone through this process without it being exposed. And now, it was made clear earlier today, Madam Chair, and throughout the debate, that the supporters of this bill don't want any hard-edged reasons that count as bad reasons to die to be stated in this bill. They don't want it asked why you want to have an assisted death at all. We had that debate earlier. So as it stands, the patient could say to all of those, the doctors and the panel, that they'd had to approve the death, as long as it's clear and settled and informed. But involvement of those who know the patient well might demonstrate that it wasn't clear or settled or informed. They may have regularly gone through patches like this, feeling unloved and unsupported for all their life, and that could change. That is information that only the wider family would know. Now, just to come to an end, Madam Chair, there is real suffering here too. As I've said, nobody exists in a vacuum. And I want to reference the opinion of Judge Elo Segwai in the Court of Human Rights. Her opinion was a partial dissent in the Mortier case, which has been discussed before, and her opinion was this: it should be underlined that it cannot be said in an exhaustive way that the principle of autonomy always and at all costs has primacy over the other three principles of bioethics. In particular, we must take into account the consequences of our actions on the rest of the family unit and on our circle of friends. So I think it is highly relevant if we see cases where somebody dies by assisted suicide, and the first thing their child or their parent knows about it is that they're told to come and collect the body, that is going to be a scandal. And this has happened in other countries, and the Mortier case is a case in point. Now, I mentioned other cases in which it is obligatory to consult and inform family members. Of course, it happens with the Court of Protection at the moment, with much less serious applications. We have Practice Directive 9B, which requires doctors to notify at least 3 persons likely to have an interest in being notified. This is in the case of organ donation and other procedures. The families are required to be notified, and there's an indicative list given which is supposed to be worked along in order, so spouses, then people who you live with as a spouse, then parents, children, and so on. And you jump along through this list, again, with some discretion for the authorities. And I'll end with this. The standard guidance referred to in judgments on this procedure, and I quote from Senior Judge Lush in the Court of Human Rights. The judgment included the observation that the decision not to notify someone who would otherwise be entitled to is not something that just affects the applicant. It's not just about their interests. There's a wider concern to the whole of society and indeed to the family. That's why I support these amendments.
Amendment 307 to clause 9, as on the amendment paper. The question is that the amendment be made. Dr. Simon Ofer.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks to my honourable friend for bringing forward this amendment. I think the crucial word he said in all of that was should. And I think it's really, really important that people are really strongly encouraged to discuss this with their families. So, if you look at clause 9, 2F, it does say, insofar as the assessing doctor considers it appropriate, advise the person to consider discussing the request with the next of kin and other persons they are close to. I totally support all he said. I think the family should always be involved in every decision. However, in the way we practice medicine in this country, if a patient has capacity, and they're not under a section of the Mental Health Act, for example, so they can show that they have got capacity, they can therefore make decisions about their own healthcare, and that involves whether they tell the family or not. Now, I agree with you, it's not the best thing that I would say that the patient should do, but it is in their remit to not tell the family. And I think it's important, because if we change that, we are getting rid of all the sort of all the basis, the foundation of medical care and consent in this country. So whilst I agree wholeheartedly, and I'm a very strong supporter of the family, and I think in almost every situation the family will be involved, the patient does not have to tell the family, and that must remain part of their decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Just serving your chairship. I'm very torn by this amendment, and I will refer to things I've said previously in debate. I absolutely accept that it's the right and the autonomy of an individual to make the decisions and to have that confidentiality when making those decisions. But I will just touch on a few things that I have said previously in debates. Firstly, briefly, I hear what the Honourable Member said about coercion. But secondly, there's 2 aspects. I would go back to something you've heard me talk about long and hard about learning disability, and I accept there is now one amendment accepted and more hopefully to come. But what my honourable friend Schroeder's just said, what I would say in that scenario, of course, is you could have somebody that has had to be helped because of the level of capacity they have by the doctor to make the decision. That's never been, when I've made that argument throughout these debates, there's never ever been doubted. And that person who's been helped to make that decision may have decided, because they are a burden on their elderly parents, that they're not going to inform them. And that is, again, was in the rationale of where I got to at second reading, quite frankly. I do see people who, their elderly parents now often in their 70s or 80s, who've cared for that person who's learned disability all their life, And as this is laid out, and as the Mental Capacity Act is laid out, they could go to the doctor, they could say, I don't want my parents to know, I hear what you say, doctor, within clause 9 of this act, or bill as it currently is, sorry, but I'm not going to tell them. And within the Mental Capacity Act, if the doctor had any queries about the decision of that person to have made the decisions they're making, the doctor would have to assist them to make those decisions. Let's be clear, that's what the Mental Capacity Act 2005 says, and that's what the Code of Practice says. And secondly, I'm sorry to keep talking about myself, but as I said previously in these debates, during COVID, being the carer for my whole house in that period, my wife having chemo, both my children off school, one of my children needing full-time care, and no carers allowed in the house. And I really did see that power dynamic. There was on the evening of, I know exactly when it was, on the evening of Maundy Thursday, 2000, my wife had an enormous epileptic seizure during her chemotherapy treatment. And I had that, I remember being on the phone to the cancer nurses and saying, I'll put her in an ambulance, and me saying, I'm not putting her in the ambulance because of COVID. But during that period, I remember the following morning, I'm sorry to be so graphic, folks, but I had my wife in one bed covered in vomit and my daughter in one bed laying in her own faeces that evening. And the next morning, my wife would have done anything to remove me from that situation, quite frankly. And there are people out there, and we are so lucky. A few months later, my wife's chemo was finished and she was cancer-free. We're out of that pandemic, thank goodness. But there are people out there who have had a loved one by their side for 30, 40, 50, 60 years, and who do not want to see them go through that pain anymore, and who will take the decision, not because they fear that they don't know what their end will be, whether it will be painful or not, when they've got 6 months left in some cases. But they do not want that person who they've stood by them all those years to have to be the carer. And it is that power dynamic about removing them. I think on balance, because I do believe in that autonomy, I may well not support those amendments. But they are the issues that I've wrestled with. Because again, within how this stands, you could simply go to the doctor and the doctor could say to you, have you told your loved one, your partner, your husband, your wife? And you could say, no, I'm not going to. I'm not going to because I do not want them to suffer any more caring for me in these circumstances, and I'm going to receive... Absolutely.
Danny Kruger.
Gratefully, as ever, he's speaking very, very powerfully. Does he acknowledge that under the amendments and under the bill, it would be possible for a patient to proceed without informing their loved one, or their wider family, if they and the doctor conclude that that's not appropriate or necessary? The value of the amendments is that it would require a conversation to be had about why that isn't happening. Does he not recognise that that would actually be an appropriate thing to happen?
Well, this is what I've wrestled with, Chair, as I say. That conversation will be happening, and at the end of it, I accept the autonomy is with the individual. But the individual may well make decisions which they believe is in their best behalf, but their loved one doesn't necessarily. And I think there are examples from overseas where that has happened. Yeah, of course.
I agree with him. The primacy of autonomy in this is in this case. But would you agree with me that actually, given what we have in the status quo, and so many of the stories that we heard or have heard about individuals who already take their lives but keep it secret from their families, whether it's going to Switzerland or taking their lives in horrible ways in lonely circumstances, actually, this regulated atmosphere makes it more likely that they are going to talk to their family about what their death is going to be like, and as we've learnt from overseas, make arrangements for their family to be around them, or at least to say goodbye as they move into that process. At the moment, because it's unregulated, way more people do it in secret than need to.
Well, I'm not entirely persuaded. I think there's a mixture of cases in the current circumstances, and I think there'll be a mixture of cases potentially. I do hear what the Right Honourable Member says, but as I say, my primary concern is the way things are, and I accept, and as I say, I'm minded not to support the amendments on balance. But I do have those concerns. I do have those concerns that we could end up with stories about my loved one in 50 years, my child with a learning disability, and the first I knew was when it was too late. Thank you, Chair.
Lewis Atkinson.
Thank you, Chair. It's a pleasure to serve under your chairship this afternoon. Just briefly, I do feel on one hand we are dancing a little bit on the head of a pin with this, but I will be opposing these amendments because I think members across this debate have recognised that finally, as I think it was Dr. Sarah Cox said from the Association of Palliative Medicine, said it is always for the patient to decide. So, as my honourable friend pointed out, both the original clause as drafted and the amendment retains that decision with the patient, rightly so, and it also retains discretion at the doctor, whether it's on an appropriate test or whether it's on a best interests test. I note that the Royal College of Physicians, actually in their submission, have advocated the removal of the existing clause. So far from this direction of travel, saying that the current clause goes beyond what is current practice. And, actually the current clause I support on balance because of the importance of these conversations, etc. But actually the physicians who are likely to be carrying out these conversations think that is inappropriate to specify in primary legislation. And I think it's entirely inappropriate to introduce two phrases that are in this amendment. First of all is the concluded in good faith phrase, which I know it's not I'm sure it's not the intent of the author and the mover of the amendment, but that suggests that in other instances people might be acting other in good faith. And I do, commend the words of my honourable friend member for Ipswich earlier on. I think we have to start from a point of that medical doctors are operating in good faith, and I think it's entirely dangerous to set up a good faith test as opposed to an other faith test in primary legislation. And secondly, I'm certainly not trying to reopen the long debates we had about Mental Capacity Act, but people will recall in those debates we were very clear that the best interests test should not apply and does not apply in this case. So introducing for the first time in this bill language around best interests, I would suggest is very dangerous and totally against the spirit and the principle of what we've debated throughout so far. So for those reasons, I'm clearly against both of these amendments. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, I can be very brief because my honourable friend from Sunderland has made many of the points that I plan to. Firstly, the primacy of patient autonomy when it comes to familial relationships is a principle that should not be interfered with in the medical sphere, which this is. We can call it treatment, we can call it something else, but it's undoubtedly a relationship between a doctor and a person. But also, Chair, if I may, just briefly on the drafting, and I agree with my friend from Sunderland as to this term good faith, which I must admit, and again, I don't doubt the motives, but it puts forward the proposition that the doctor would act in bad faith, not tell a family member. It's a rather bizarre drafting, and I think wholly unhelpful for the intent in which it was put forward. But the most alarming is the second part, because it goes to this issue of best interest. And again, my honourable friend has made the point, and I won't labour it. But what is a doctor to do here? A doctor is not a social worker. A doctor is not a family support worker. What questions are they to ask? If someone says, oh, I don't really want to tell the next of kin, who's my sister, we fell out last year because of tit for tat, well, is the doctor going to make a value judgment as to whether that argument is so profound as to stop? Yes, very happy to.
I think the point that he's making there is exactly the case, that raising this conversation and talking about that is probably not in everyone's best interest in the first instance. If I think about my own situation, if I was to find myself terminally ill, falling within the scope of this law, and my mum had passed away, then my dad, who I've not spoken to in over a decade, who I've got a really difficult and estranged relationship with, would have to be notified, or we'd have to have a conversation about it. On my deathbed, the last thing I want to be thinking about is some childhood trauma being brought back before me in the confines of that terminal illness. So would the honourable member agree with me that, you know, I can understand the intention might be good, but the consequences of it could be actually damaging to the patients and their best interests.
I'm grateful. I agree. Of course, we always, and I think in some of these debates, and I'm probably guilty of it as well, we forget the context in which we're operating, which is someone is dying imminently. And therefore, how we approach these conversations and these assessments and the process must take that into account. And just on 308, which... Yes, of course.
I'm grateful to him. I mean, he points out accurately that doctors are not social workers or psychiatrists, and we're asking them to make a difficult judgment about, in consultation with the patient, about whether they should engage wider family in the discussion. I mean, that goes to the broader point that we are imposing a huge obligation on doctors to make very complicated decisions about capacity, coercion, the psychosocial circumstances of the patient. The value of it saying, I think we should involve the family if it's safe to do so, and it might very well not be in certain circumstances, is surely to assist them in having this wider conversation that's necessary.
Jake Richards.
I'm grateful. Firstly, issues as capacity, as evidence suggests, well, we heard evidence from the Chief Medical Officer, is issues that doctors deal with on a day-to-day basis. I'm not sure they need assistance from family members in that regard necessarily. I appreciate the point, I was going to come to this, and there is a...
Sorry, well, that point.
I'll make some progress because I'm not sure that point is absolutely crucial to this debate about this amendment. I'm sure you'll grab me afterwards. I didn't mean to mischaracterise the evidence on that, but I do accept that there is a tension here because no man is an island, as the Honourable Member states. And of course, this act or this process may cause upset to others. And equally, the input of third parties to the assessment of all the issues of the eligibility is worthwhile, but it has to be dealt with in a proportionate way. And when we're debating Clause 12, hopefully shortly, we can perhaps discuss that, and I hope to speak to that. But this amendment is trying to crack that delicate nut with an absolute huge hammer, because it changes the relationship between the doctor and the patient fundamentally. It puts the doctor in a position that they're not capable or don't have the skills or expertise to make that best interest decision, and therefore fails, and that's why I'll be voting against it. Yes?
I thank the Honourable Member for giving way. I'm concerned that maybe I'm misunderstanding the debate, but just for clarity, so right now the clause says, insofar as the assessing doctor considers it appropriate, advise the person to consider discussing the request with their next of kin and other persons they are close to. It's going to read very similarly after this amendment. So instead it will say, unless the assessing doctor has concluded in good faith that this would not be in the person's best interests, advise the person to consider discussing the request with their next of kin and other persons they are close to. It's actually a very subtle change. It's just a little more encouragement to consider contacting the family. No one here is telling the doctor that they must tell the patient to contact their family. It is just a little bit of strengthening to encourage that. But please do confirm if I've misinterpreted my reading of the clause, but that's my understanding.
I'm grateful. The member's explanatory statement, and I will double check whether this is right, but suggests that that's not the case. So the amendment would require the assessing doctor to inform the person's next of kin that the person wishes to seek assistance to end their own life. Even if it's not what it says, and even if the explanatory statement is wrong, even if it's not appropriate for doctors to advise patients what they should do with their family. Now, yes, they should consider it, and I think that that's what this clause does. Yes, anyway, I'll be voting against it.
Minister?
Thank you very much, Chair. These amendments relate to whether the assessing doctor advises the person seeking assistance to end their own life to discuss this with their next of kin and other persons they're close to. Chair, Amendment 307 would change the test that the assessing doctor must apply before advising a person to consider discussing their request for an assisted death with their next of kin and other persons that they are close to. The current test, as set out in Clause 9, subsection 2F, is that the assessing doctor must, insofar as the assessing doctor considers it appropriate, advise the person to consider discussing the request with their next of kin and other persons they're close to. The effect of Amendment 307 is that the assessing doctor must advise the person to consider discussing their request with their next of kin and other persons they are close to, unless the assessing doctor has concluded in good faith that it would not be in the person's best interest to do so. It should be noted that the amendment would not, as drafted, require the assessing doctor themselves to inform the person's next of kin, although there is some confusion here because that appears to be what is suggested by the member's explanatory statement. Amendment 308 is consequential to 307 and requires that if a doctor considers that it is not in the person's best interest under subsection F, this decision and the doctor's reasoning must be documented. I hope those observations were helpful. Thank you, Chair.
Kim Ledbetter.
I've got nothing further to add to the debate, Chair, other than that I won't be supporting the amendments and associate myself with the comments made by colleagues from Rother Valley, Stroud and Sunderland Central.
Danny Kruger.
I think I'll withdraw that amendment, Madam Chair.
Okay. Oh, is everybody content to withdraw?
Aye.
Amendment 423 to Clause 9 has already been debated with Amendment 201. I call Kim Ledbetter to move Amendment 423 formally.
Move formally, Chair.
Amendment 423 to Clause 9 is on the amendment paper. The question is that the amendment be made. As many of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
On the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 415 to Clause 9 has already been debated with Amendment 414. I call Jack Abbott to move Amendment 415 formally.
I beg to move, Chair.
Amendment 415 to Clause 9 is on the amendment paper. The question is that the amendment be made. As many of the opinion say aye. Aye. On the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 59 to Clause 9 has already been debated with Amendment 55. Does anyone wish to move Amendment 59 formally? Not called formally. Amendment 283 to Clause 9 has already been debated with Amendment 347. Does anyone wish to move Amendment 284 formally? Nobody wishes to call Amendment 284 formally. Okay. We now move to Amendment 6 to Clause 9. It's already been debated with Amendment 347. Does anyone wish to move Amendment 6 formally? Sarah Olney. Amendment 6 to Clause 9, as on the amendment paper. The question is that the amendment be made. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. On the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Now move to Amendment 280 to Clause 9, which has already been debated with Amendment 347. I call Jake Richards to move Amendment 280 formally. Don't wish to move it, you wish to withdraw it. Is everybody content that it is withdrawn? Okay. We move on to Amendment 370 to Clause 9. It's already been debated with Amendment 347. I called Kim Ledbetter to move Amendment 370 formally.
Move formally, Chair.
Amendment 370 to Clause 9 is on the amendment paper. The question is that the amendment be made. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 202 to Clause 9 has already been debated with Amendment 34. I call Kim Ledbetter to move Amendment 202 formally.
Move formally, Chair.
Amendment 202 to Clause 9 as on the amendment paper. The question is the amendment be made. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. On the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Okay, we come to the question that Clause 9 as amendment stand apart. If this is called, if we have a debate here, I will remind people that the scope of the debate is that it is a clause stand part. It is not an opportunity to go over ground that's already been covered in the debate or on the grouped amendments. The member in charge or others may wish to rise. Does anybody wish to clause 9 stand part? Anybody? Yeah. Simon Ofer, okay. The question is that clause 9 stand part of the bill. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 203 to clause 10 has already been debated with the amendment 184. I call Kim Ledbetter to move amendment 203 formally.
Move formally, Chair.
Amendment 203 to clause 10 as on the amendment paper. The question is the amendment be made. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. On the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Now we move on to Amendment 204 to Clause 10, which has already been debated with the Amendment 184. I call Kim Ledbetter to move the Amendment 204 formally.
Move formally, Chair.
Amendment 204 to Clause 10 as on the amendment paper. The question is that the amendment is made. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Moving on to Amendment 458 to Clause 10. This has already been debated with Amendment 348. I call Sarah Olney to move Amendment 280 formally.
I beg to move.
458, apologies. Amendment 458 to Clause 10 as on the amendment paper. The question is the amendment be made. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. On the contrary, no.
No.
Division. Lock the doors.
Jack Abbott.
No.
Lewis Atkinson.
No.
Juliet Campbell.
Aye.
Lambos, Cheryl Lambos.
No.
Daniel Francis.
Aye.
Tom Gordon. No. Sarah Green. No. Rachel Hopkins.
No.
Sojourn Joseph.
Aye.
Stephen Kinnock.
No.
Danny Kruger.
Aye.
Kim Ledbetter.
No.
Kate Malthouse.
No.
Sarah Olney.
Aye.
Dr. Simon Ofer.
No.
Rebecca Paul.
Aye.
Jake Richards.
No.
Sarah Sackman.
No.
Liz Saville Roberts.
No.
Naz Shah.
Aye.
Dr. Neil Shastry-Hurst.
No.
Sean Woodcock.
Aye.
The ayes were 8, the noes were 14. The noes have it, the noes have it. I now move on to Amendment 459 to Clause 10, which has already been debated with Amendment 348. I call Sarah Olney to move Amendment 459 formally.
I beg to move, Chair.
Amendment 459 to Clause 10 on the amendment paper. The question is the amendment be made. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. On the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 460 to Clause 10 has already been debated with Amendment 348. I call Sarah Olney to move Amendment 460 formally.
I'd like to withdraw, Chair.
Content to withdraw? Withdrawn. We now come to Amendment 205 to Clause 10 in the name of Kim Ledbetter, with which it will be convenient to consider Clause 10 stand part. I call Kim Ledbetter to move Amendment 205.
Thank you, Chair. I'll speak very briefly to this small amendment. This amendment provides that a further referral be made under this Clause 10 where a practitioner dies or is unable or unwilling to act as the independent doctor due to illness. In the very unlikely circumstances that the doctor who has agreed to give a second opinion dies or because of illness or for whatever reason is unable to continue before making a report into the case, it would clearly be right to seek a second opinion elsewhere. So I hope the committee will support my amendment 205.
Amendment 205 to Clause 10 is on the amendment paper. The question is that this amendment be made. Anybody? Minister?
Thank you, Chair. This is one of those amendments where the government has worked with the member for Spen Valley in order to ensure that the bill is legally robust and workable. As the bill is currently drafted, there is provision to replace a registered medical practitioner acting as the coordinating doctor due to illness or death in Clause 11. However, there is no similar provision to replace a registered medical practitioner acting as the independent doctor should they be unable to complete their role. Amendment 205 intends to make provision under Clause 10 that a further referral may be made by the coordinating doctor to another independent doctor if the second independent doctor becomes unable or unwilling to continue to make a report of their assessment due to their death or illness, provided that the second independent doctor has not prepared a report. It would thereby ensure internal consistency in the bill in relation to this matter. Thank you, Chair.
Kim Ledbetter.
I'd beg to move.
Amendment 205 to Clause 10 on the amendment paper. The question is the amendment be made. As many of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to the question that Clause 10, as amended, stands part. The question is that Clause 10 stand part of the bill. As many of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
I beg your pardon, Chair. I was going to speak as the Clause 10 stand part.
Well, you were slightly late to that, so I do need to move on. I will check with the clerk. Could we go back to that? Okay. Slightly late. You need to be aware of what is and what's happening.
I was listening out, Chair, ready for my move, but I hadn't realised we were progressing.
Okay, I'm going to, because I think you were, this is exceptional. We don't go backwards. I won't be doing it again, but I think you were hesitant, but definitely wanting to come in. So I am reading these slowly so that everybody does have an opportunity to come in. But on this instance, Sarah Olney.
I'm extremely grateful to you, Madam Chair, for making this exception. It's entirely my fault that I hadn't realised we had reached that part and I didn't indicate more clearly. I just wanted to reiterate some of the points I made when speaking to my amendments this morning about my concerns about seeking the second opinion of a second independent doctor, which, as far as I can see, allows the person seeking assisted suicide to effectively have a second bite at the cherry if their first independent doctor has not granted the permission. Now, I don't think anyone has an objection to going to a second independent doctor if the first independent doctor has been unable, either through death or illness, to complete the task, and nor is there any objection if there's been a material change of circumstances, which my Amendment 458 sought to do. But the possibility of seeking the view of another doctor simply because the first one did not give the desired answer is a troubling one. There's no objection to patients seeking a second, third, or even a fourth opinion in medicine when it's a point about what different treatment pathways might be available. But there is a crucial difference between seeking different appropriate treatment options and what is being proposed in the bill. In this bill, the function of the two doctors is not primarily diagnostic or advisory, but it's a safeguarding role. And the doctors will have been entrusted by Parliament to make sure that the criteria for assisted dying are met. And their determination makes a difference between the commission of an act which, as per clause 24, Parliament would still regard as sufficiently serious to be a crime and a lawful act. Their role, therefore, is that of a decision maker. And in no other setting can you go to a different decision maker if you do not like the answer given by the first. Even with appeals before our courts, an appellate judge would not interfere with the decision simply because they would have reached a different conclusion. The appellate judge must consider that the decision was in some way incorrectly reached. It's also true that one can ask in some settings a decision maker to reconsider a matter, but that is not what's being proposed in clause 10 either. Instead, it allows the person to try again with a different referee if the first one did not give the desired answer. It's true there's the added layer of protection from the High Court or the possibility of a panel, but under the bill as currently written, there is no procedure whereby the High Court or the panel will hear from the first independent doctor, and that's concerning. It will have to go simply on the basis of the second independent doctor without any awareness of why the two disagreed. But if the court or panel was supplied with the reports of both... Yes.
I think if we give away, I fear the point she's making is before her amendment 459 was accepted, and the very point which you not agree is that by accepting 459 we are guarding against the fact that the first independent assessment is not available to subsequent decision makers.
Thank you, Honourable Gentleman, for that. I'm not used to my amendments being accepted. I've been somewhat thrown off course. But he is, of course, absolutely right. The palliative medicine consultant, Honorary Secretary of the Association of Palliative Medicine, Dr. Matthew Dorr, in written evidence 142, said that allowing patients to seek multiple opinions undermines professional integrity. Furthermore, allowing the coordinating doctor to seek multiple opinions even further undermines the selection of doctors willing to provide assisted dying. So the lack of a centralised tracking system facilitates doctor shopping, notwithstanding the fact that 459 has now been accepted as an amendment. I still think there is grave concern about the possibility of doctor shopping, and it is something that we should take steps to avoid, and that is why I think that this is why I'm rising to speak against clause 10 in its entirety. Under clause 8, the independent doctor has 5 matters to verify: that the person is terminally ill, that they have capacity, a clear, settled and informed wish to end their own life, are acting voluntarily and without coercion or pressure, and finally that they be over 18. The last requirement is unlikely ever to be in any form of doubt, so I will focus on the other 4. The effect of clause 10 allows for someone to be assisted to die on the basis that 1 out of 3 doctors who examined them concluded that they were not terminally ill, or that they lack capacity, or they not have a settled wish to die, or that they were coerced. It therefore raises a real risk that someone who's not actually eligible for assisted dying would nonetheless be so assisted. In such matters of life and death, we ought to proceed with great caution. Now, of course, doctors can get it wrong, and if the first independent doctor did get it completely wrong, I would have no objection with, in effect, the second independent doctor acting as a form of appeal. Or, to borrow the test from the law of medical negligence, if the first independent doctor reached a conclusion that is not supported by a reasonable body of medical opinion, then of course it's right that that opinion should be disregarded, but that's not what the bill provides for. It's not an appeal or a reconsideration. It is picking a new referee simply because he gave the answer that was not desired. I still have misgivings about clause 10, notwithstanding the fact that it's been amended, and I would urge other members to vote against it. Thank you, Chair. Appreciate your indulgence.
Rebecca Paul.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to speak against clause 10 as it allows doctor shopping in the event someone doesn't qualify. Not happy with the verdict? Just find another doctor. How many times are we happy for a patient to try again with a different doctor? It is inevitable that at some point the patient will find someone willing to make the statement and put them on their way to an assisted death, even if their eligibility is in doubt. When I put forward the Baldwin amendments requesting residual discretion to doctors, they were challenged by committee members on the basis that the whole point of having defined criteria was so that they in fact determine whether a patient is eligible. So I run the same argument here now. If the process is followed to the hilt and the independent doctor refuses to issue the statement, why on earth would we allow another bite or even multiple bites at the cherry? Surely this is allowing abusers a way to push their victims into an assisted death by rerunning the process again and again until they find a less attuned doctor. Imagine the case of an elderly woman who has spent a lifetime under the coercive control of her husband. She is completely done with it all, and she sees death as a welcome way to escape this man who has made her life a misery. And the abuse has escalated since she's become ill. She can't cook or clean anymore due to her ill health, and he hates that. But no one sees. She never wanted the kids to know. She's really good at hiding it. And now he wants to seek an assisted death because it's better for them all. She agrees. When asked by a doctor, she is unlikely to say, "My husband is pressuring me into this and I'm afraid of not doing what he wants," particularly if she's suffered abuse over many years. But let's say that the first independent doctor does a really thorough job, the kind of job we hope all doctors would do. Perhaps the doctor manages to discern that the patient is very much controlled and unduly influenced by her husband. The trouble is that it can be very difficult to find hard evidence of coercive control. According to recent figures, only 3.7% of recorded crimes of controlling or coercive behaviour result in a charge, and more than half of cases are dropped because of evidential difficulties. So the doctor cannot get the police to intervene. His only lever is the power to reject the application. So that's what he does. But the patient does not give up. She is still absolutely sure that the best thing is an assisted death, and her abuser is still whispering in her ear, telling her she is right. The second independent doctor does not have the same level of emotional intelligence as the first. He does not see what the first doctor saw, and he approves the application. I will go back.
A similar point to the one I made before, I'm grateful for her giving way. The amendment we've just passed means that the second independent doctor would clearly have in their possession the fact that the first independent doctor in the scenario which she describes has got those concerns about coercion in front of them. Would she not agree?
I thank the honourable member for that intervention. I am coming on to that exact point shortly. Members of the committee will recall that I previously tried to get undue influence and encouragement added in the bill, explicitly to deal with more subtle forms of influence and pressure, as opposed to those that are more obvious to third parties. When objecting to these amendments, the Minister said that they were unnecessary because the term coercion or pressure already covered them. I do hope the Minister proves to be correct on this. But the key point of note is that those forms of behaviour are not always easily discernible. As Dr Mullock told us in oral evidence, and I quote, "The kind of undue influence that might occur might be very subtle. More needs to be done to recognise that and the subtle encouragement that might take place where a relative might frame their support for the person seeking to die in terms of, 'This will be better for you, and have you considered this?' That is not necessarily an example of clear abuse. So when the person seeking to die then consults the doctor, they are not going to characterise what has happened to them as coercion or abuse. More needs to be done to discuss with the person whether or not they have been encouraged by the people around them." So these are the very real consequences of this clause, undermining the independent doctor safeguard. In written evidence, Mr Michael Vidal hits the nail on the head when he says, and I quote, "It seems to negate the purpose of having a second opinion if the second opinion can be ignored and a fresh second opinion obtained." I recognise that Amendment 459 has been accepted, which I very much welcome. And so this will mean the second independent doctor would have the benefit of the report of the first independent doctor. But this is not a fail-safe protection and cannot be relied upon entirely. Firstly, the report of the first independent doctor is required to be made available to the patient. In a case such as this, would the first doctor want to spell out exactly what led to that conclusion, knowing that it could place the patient in harm's way if her husband saw it? Also, he's not 100% sure. Does he want to make such accusations in writing without hard evidence? Secondly, even if the report was detailed and available to the second independent doctor, he would still need to make his own assessment, and it might be that he just does not agree. Or it could be the case that although he recognises signs of ongoing coercion over a long period, he may truly believe that to the best of his knowledge, the decision made by the patient is one that hasn't been coerced in that moment. So I am afraid that Clause 10 is a loophole that will be exploited by domestic abusers, and it's largely women that will pay the price for it. For that reason, I cannot support it.
Thank you, Madam Chair, I wasn't going to speak to this, but I feel I must rebut some of the points made, which I think are clearly incorrect. The Honourable Lady Member for Reigate asks how many further opinions. Well, the answer is clearly one, because that's what's set out in the bill. And because of the safeguards that we've passed in 359, it's not just that the second doctor is aware of the first doctor's concerns in that case, it's that any subsequent decision maker is. And clearly we're about to come on to discuss significant amendments around Clause 12, but in the instance that a panel is introduced, or even if it remains a High Court judge, it is inconceivable, I would suggest, that that third tier, presented with an initial assessment saying that the criteria are not met, and then the subsequent one saying disagreeing, that third tier decision maker is not going to want to explore in detail those issues. So I do gently say, you know, I hope, you know, I think we are all trying to work in the spirit in this bill committee of genuinely improving the legislation. But when we do so, we need to reflect the amendments that we've made in the arguments and the discussions that we have. And therefore I think Clause 10, as stands part, is significantly improved and strengthened and continues to provide significant safeguards for the bill, and I'm happy to be in favour of it. Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair. This is for Clause Stand Part 10 still. Sorry, I have nothing to add, excuse me.
Well, I thought we were there already, Chair, so I've got nothing to add.
Okay, there's nothing else. The question is that Clause 10 stand part of the bill. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Division. Lock the doors.
Jack Abbott.
Aye.
Lewis Atkinson.
Aye.
Juliet Campbell.
Aye.
Bambos Charlambos.
Aye.
Daniel Francis.
Aye.
Tom Gordon.
Aye.
Sarah Green.
Aye.
Rachel Hopkins.
Aye.
Sojourn Joseph.
Aye.
Stephen Kinnock.
Aye.
Danny Kruger.
No.
Kim Leadbeater.
Aye.
Kit Malthouse.
Aye.
Sarah Olney.
No.
Dr. Simon Ofer.
Aye.
Rebecca Paul.
No.
Jake Richards.
Aye.
Sarah Sackman.
Aye.
Liz Saville Roberts.
Aye.
Nash Shah.
Aye.
Dr. Neil Shastri Hurst.
Aye.
Sean Woodcock.
Aye.
The ayes were 19, the noes were 3, so the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Unlock. Amendment 149 to Clause 11 has already been debated with Amendment 144. I call Liz Saville Roberts to move Amendment 149 formally.
Withdrawn in anticipation of a meeting with the Minister, Chair.
Thank you very much. Withdrawn. We now come to Amendment 461 to Clause 11 in the name of Sarah Olney, with which it will be convenient to consider Amendments 310, 309 and Clause 11 stand part. I call Sarah Olney to move Amendment 461.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am on my feet before we've even started speaking this time. Just very briefly on Amendment 461, it is only that I've proposed to remove the phrase "or otherwise" in the in the clause as it is drafted, and it occurs to me now that we have approved Amendment 205 to the previous clause, all I am proposing is that the wording should be consistent with Amendment 205 as it has just been agreed, which doesn't make a reference to or otherwise. It is simply that the practitioner dies or through illness is unable or unwilling, and that is effectively what I am proposing that clause 11 part 1 should say. That, it is simply it is simply to reflect the fact what might that otherwise incorporate that then indicates that there might be a range of reasons beyond death or illness that the coordinating doctor would drop out. In many ways, Chair, what I'm trying to do here is just probe what those other reasons might be. And if there aren't any other reasons, and consistent with Amendment 205 that we've just agreed, we should therefore drop the phrase or otherwise. Thank you, Chair.
And I'll also mention to Sarah Olney, this is your chance, if you wish, to speak to Clause 11 stand part, if you did wish to speak on that.
I don't wish to speak on that.
Okay, that's fine.
Thank you.
Amendment 461 to Clause 11, as on the amendment paper, the question is that the amendment be made. Danny Kruger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to speak quickly in support of the Honourable Lady's amendment, also in support of the amendment in the name of the member for York Central 310 and 309. She's absolutely right. I won't rehearse her argument. It's a very straightforward one. The question is, what other reason could there be that would justify a coordinating doctor transferring the case? If we don't proceed with that amendment... My right-honourable friend wanted, he doesn't want to, I couldn't hear him. It might well be that that the committee rejects that amendment, in which case I hope they will accept that from the member for York Central, which specifies that in the event, whatever the reason is, particularly if it's other than death or illness, then I shall in a moment, then it would be very important that the High Court, or whatever the procedure is, the panel, should be notified of the substitution and the reason why. Happy to give way to...
Sarah, agree.
Maternity leave is one reason, retirement might be another.
I'm very grateful, and it may well be those are appropriate reasons for it, and I would be grateful if that could be specified. The crucial thing, though, Madam Chair, is that if there is an unwillingness, not some incapacity, as it were, but an unwillingness to proceed, then that is of some concern. So not because they're no longer able to do it, and possibly the reasons the Honourable Lady gives are those, but if there's an actual unwillingness to proceed, what is that reason? Crucially, to Amendment 309, I think it is, if the first doctor is replaced for whatever reason, surely it is imperative that the new doctor conducts an assessment of their own, rather than taking the previous doctor's word for it. A doctor is legally responsible, obliged under all medical regulation and law for their actions, and they surely cannot rely on a previous assessment. If it's the case that the first doctor gave up the case because of some kind of incapacity, an illness, or in fact their demise, it might well be that their own judgment was impaired at the time. I would have thought it would be obvious that the new doctor should take responsibility for conducting an assessment and proceeding with full responsibility for the case. Thank you.
Sean.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I'd like to speak to Amendment 309 in the name of the member for York Central. And what the amendment proposes that if a doctor changes, there should be a reassessment of the patient. My understanding is this is in line with current practice, where if a doctor is changed, the doctor has to assess a patient for their own satisfaction, because they can't rely upon just looking at notes, so to speak. It's a really sensitive issue where a doctor is required to make objective and subjective assessments, as has been agreed by the committee to date. In clinical decision-making, a clinician does not inherit the risk of another clinician without being satisfied themselves that the conclusion of another clinician is aligned with their own. For instance, the clinician has responsibility to fulfil their own professional standards and their own duty of care. In light of the significant impact of this decision, it is important that the doctor themselves can be satisfied, as they will need to consent to a patient having capacity, not being coerced. They cannot just take the word of another clinician that has managed the case before them. They themselves need to be satisfied. If a doctor does not do this and sometimes goes wrong, for instance, it comes to light that the patient did not have capacity, then the clinician who is the new coordinating doctor would carry liability. It does not stand up that they say, Bert, someone else assessed that the patient had capacity, or someone else said that the patient had not been coerced, if it comes to light later that they have. Therefore, this measure protects the clinician, and in putting this into law, it also ensures that the patient will understand that a further assessment will need to take place. Having this measure in law, Chair, it would hopefully dissuade doctors from transferring their patients unless absolutely necessary for the continuity of care. It will also dissuade the clinician from taking on new cases if they are aware that continuity of their cases will be discontinued due to a move, for example. Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. This set of amendments will require that the Secretary of State may, by regulations, make provision for the replacement of the coordinating doctor if they are unable to continue to carry out the functions of the coordinating doctor. Chair, turning to Amendment 461, Clause 11, as currently drafted, provides the Secretary of State with a discretionary power to make regulations that provide for cases where, after a first declaration has been witnessed by the coordinating doctor, the doctor dies or through illness or otherwise is unable to or unwilling to continue. This amendment removes the or otherwise from this clause. The effect of this amendment could be to limit scenarios in which the Secretary of State could make provision via regulations for the replacement of the coordinating doctor. The Secretary of State would not be able to make provisions about replacing the coordinating doctor in circumstances other than the doctor's death or illness, which could include, for example, family issues or retirement. This would mean that the person seeking the assisted death may need to begin the process again. Turning to 310, this amendment expands the list of matters that regulations made under Clause 11, subsection 1 may cover. This list is expanded to include the High Court being notified of substitutions of the coordinating doctor where the coordinating doctor is unable to continue to carry out their functions. It should be noted that Clause 11 only confers a power, not a duty, on the Secretary of State to make regulations on replacing the coordinating doctor. So it is not certain that the matter of a substitution of the doctor would be covered in those regulations. On 309, the explanatory notes to this amendment suggest it aims to ensure that a replacement coordinating doctor is required to carry out a new assessment of the patient, in other words, to repeat the first assessment made under Clause 7. The amendment requires that the regulations that may be made by the Secretary of State under Clause 11, subsection 1, must make provision about such cases. While the Secretary of State has a power to make regulations to provide that the coordinating doctor be replaced by another doctor, they are not required to do so. So this amendment assumes that there will be a replacement coordinating doctor, which is not, in fact, a specific requirement of the legislation. Thank you, Chair. I hope those observations were helpful.
Kim Ledbetter.
Thank you, Chair. I'll speak briefly to Amendment 461. A coordinating doctor is central to the whole process set out in the bill from start to finish. If a coordinating doctor becomes available, a replacement would, of course, need to be found. There may be a number of reasons why this could happen, not restricted to the doctor's own death or illness. We've already heard a few examples. That could be retirement, it could be maternity leave, it could be anything that is going on in that doctor's personal life. A close family member might fall ill or die, or something else happen in the doctor's life that forces them to withdraw. I think it's really important. We've talked a lot about patient autonomy, quite rightly, but we need to think about the autonomy of the doctors involved in this process as well. As such, I think it's very important that they do have the ability to step away as set out in Clause 11. I associate myself with the comments of the Minister regarding 309 and 310. It feels as though those amendments do not necessarily do what the member sets out that they would do. Thank you, Chair.
Sarah Olney.
I'm going to withdraw my amendment, Chair.
Is everyone content for the amendment to be withdrawn? Aye. The amendment is withdrawn. Amendment 310 to clause 11 has already been debated with amendment 461. Does any member wish to move amendment 310 formally? Okay. Amendment 309 to clause 11 has already been debated with amendment 461. Does any member wish to move amendment 309 formally? Nobody. Amendment 206 to clause 11 has already been debated with amendment 187. I call Kim Ledbetter to move amendment 206 formally.
Move forward, Chair.
Amendment 206 to clause 11 as on the amendment paper. The question is that the amendment be made. As many of the opinions say aye. Aye. On the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to question that clause 11, as amended, stand part. The question is that clause 11 stand part of the bill. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
I beg to move that we have a short adjournment for a cup of break and that we resume at 5 p.m.
In with it my remit, but I agree with you. I will be suspending the sitting, and we'll be back at 5 o'clock. Order, order.
to Amendment 267 to clause 12 in the name of Harriet Baldwin. Does anyone wish to move the amendment? Can we not walk in front of the... No one? In that case, we now come to Amendment 105 to clause 12 in the name of Catherine Atkinson, with which it will be convenient to consider amendments 407, 410, 106 and 107. I call Daniel Francis to move Amendment 105.
Chair, I do stand to move, but I will then later withdraw, but just to very briefly speak to the amendment. My name is there as a sponsor supporting the amendment. Clearly, the principal amendment there, 105, when it was tabled, was there to require court rules to be made that would ensure an adversarial court process by appointing an advocate to the court. It would also require them to hear from the person seeking assistance to end their life, and both assessing doctors, and to consider also hearing from family members and others involved in the person's care. We heard during our oral evidence from Nicholas Mostyn and Alex Keane some of the merits of doing that under the position that was before us in the bill at that stage during the oral evidence. I do accept, however, Chair, that since then there have been a significant number of amendments tabled, particularly in terms of new clauses, and therefore, while I have briefly spoken in the principle of why I took that position at the time, I won't formally move it when we get to that stage, given the other amendments before us today.
Confirm you are withdrawing the amendment?
Absolutely, Chair.
Thank you. Is everyone content? Right. Amendment 105 to clause 12, as on the paper, the question is that the amendment be made. Does everyone want to move? To speak to the group of amendments. Juliet Campbell.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be speaking to amendments 407 and 410. 407, this amendment is around changing or leaving out may and inserting the word must. This amendment would require the High Court to hear from and question all persons who made the application for declaration. Now, this is really a probing amendment, Chair, and the purpose is to question what the guidelines are for the judge to hear from and question some people, and why they're not hearing from and questioning all people. So I'm seeking clarity, really, as to the criteria, or what the criteria would be, that the judge would want to hear from and question some people and not others. I'm not going to push this to a vote, but I would like to get clarity as to what those purposes are.
We should give way on that point. Thank you, Ned Way. Thank you, Chair. Hopefully this provides some reassurance, which will be covered by my new clause 21. I think her amendment was asking the question as to why the High Court wouldn't have heard from the patient, and I've actually amended my new proposals to ensure that the panel, as it potentially will be, would hear from the patient.
Thank you. Thank you very much for you. I appreciate the explanation. I'm going to move right on to Amendment 410. And this amendment would remove the ability of the court to hear from and question any person other than the person who made the application or the declaration to have an assisted death, and the assessing doctors. I have strong reservations about using a proxy or giving another person the right to speak on behalf of an individual that wishes to have an assisted death. I question the scope of who exactly would be those people who would be speaking on behalf of, who would be the proxy, to speak on behalf of a person requesting an assisted death. One of the arguments that we've spoken about consistently in this debate is around coercion and patient autonomy. And when multiple third parties, such as family members or caregivers, are allowed to testify there's an increased risk that an individual might influence the court's decision in a way that is not aligned to the true wishes of the applicant. In some cases, we've talked about pressure from family members or loved ones, for whatever reason, that could be financial, whatever their vested interest is, to have the applicant hasten their death or have an assisted death. So I wouldn't want that kind of pressure being put on the person, and any other third party, I do not believe, should be allowed to speak on or be a proxy. The amendment, by limiting the scope of the testimony to the applicant only and the assessing doctors only, helps to safeguard against these manipulative tactics. It ensures that the court focuses solely on the applicant's own will and the medical assessment of their eligibility, removing the potential for family dynamics or any other outside influence to interfere with the judicial review. The proposed amendment offers a necessary refinement to the bill for assisted deaths and requests it is both efficient and respectful of the autonomy of all people involved. By limiting the court testimony to the applicant and the assessing doctor, the amendment addresses several of these concerns. Thank you, Chair.
Jake Richards.
Chair, very briefly, because a lot of the issues and themes are going to be debated in Clawstand Part and the sponsoring members, Amendments 371, etc. 267 amendment wasn't moved. I would have opposed it in any event on the basis that the discretion there that was potentially given there was way too wide, and I didn't understand the basis of the amendment in any way. Amendment 105, 106, 107 by the Honourable Member for Derby North attempts to add an adversarial element to proceedings. Again, I won't comment too much because that comes back in the fourth grouping under this clause. Just briefly on Amendment 410 that my Honourable Member just spoke to, essentially, my understanding, although this relates to the High Court and that may be deemed redundant as we move on debating this clause, this aims to limit the people that the judge or panel can hear to, which in my view would be wrong and dangerous. The purpose of a judge or a panel is to explore the circumstances in this matter, and that must mean that they have discretion to hear from others as well. So in my view, this amendment, if passed, would limit the safeguards significantly and be indeed quite dangerous. As has already been pointed out by the sponsoring member, Amendment 407 has been superseded, and I think we all agree on that. Thank you.
Sarah Sackman, Minister Sackman.
Thank you, and may I just say that it's a pleasure to serve under your chairship. As my colleague, the member for Aberfan and Mastake, and I have made clear throughout the debate, the government continues to remain neutral on this bill and does not take a position on assisted dying. So my remarks are going to focus on the legal and practical impact of the amendments in order to assist the members of this committee in undertaking line-by-line scrutiny. As we've already heard from others, this group, we've seen that amendments 267, 105 to 107 have now been withdrawn. They deal with the bill as currently drafted in relation to the High Court. Clause 12, as currently drafted, would require the High Court to make a declaration that the requirements of the bill have been met, following a person's first declaration to receive assistance to end their own life with statements from a coordinating doctor and independent doctor. The amendments relate to how the High Court will declare they are satisfied a person has a clear, settled and informed wish to end their own life and that they have not been coerced or pressured. Briefly then, in relation to amendments 407 and 410, which seek to change who the High Court, and we might come on to debate some of these themes, as others have said, in relation to the panel, would engage with when considering applications for assistance under the bill. In determining whether the person has a clear, settled and informed wish to end their life and that they have not been coerced or pressured, the High Court would be required to hear from and question the person seeking assistance as opposed to having the option to do so. And as the member for Spen Valley pointed out, in the later provision in relation to the panel, that has now become a requirement. The amendments, as the member for, forgive me, for Broxtowe made clear, under her amendment, the High Court would lose the ability to hear from or indeed question any other party other than the person seeking assistance in the assessing doctors. Removing the ability to hear from and question any party other than the person and assessing doctors, whether that's the High Court or, as we may come to debate, the panel, may limit that body or court's ability to interrogate wider evidence or points of view. As I said earlier, I will give way.
Juliet Campbell.
The probe that I have with that is that the individual who is seeking an assisted death and the doctors that have been working with that person really have all the information. I'm trying to ascertain, if we are not going to agree on this amendment, is who else would they be seeking information from? And do we risk, if they are getting evidence or having family members or other people giving evidence or speaking on behalf of that declaration?
Minister Saffman.
So as I understand it, both in the context of the High Court, which has the ability to speak to whomever it likes, but also when we come to debate the role of the panel, it's a discretion. So it's a requirement to hear from the person who is seeking an assisted death, a requirement to hear from the coordinating doctor, but it's discretionary, which means as necessary. So if it's necessary in order to be satisfied that the eligibility criteria are met, which is what the scheme requires, in that context, it may, under the panel or the High Court's discretion, it may seek evidence from elsewhere. And that's what the provision, as the government reads it, is designed to do. Clearly, the amendment that the Honourable Lady puts forward limits that. Whether that's desirable or not is a policy choice, but that is, as I understand it, how it's intended to function. As I said earlier, the government will continue to remain neutral on these substantive policy questions, but I hope, Madam Chair, that that's useful to members of the committee.
Kim Ledbetter.
Thank you, Chair. I think I've responded to Amendment 407 to the Honourable Member for Broxton, saying that this potentially will be covered by my new clause 21. And in terms of Amendment 410, it is also my view that whether it's the High Court or the panel or whoever we end up with through committee as the third layer of scrutiny and safeguarding should be able to hear from other people, not just the patient and the doctor. So I wouldn't support that amendment.
Daniel Francis.
As I've said, I will withdraw 105, 106 and 107, Chair.
Is everyone content to withdraw the amendment?
Aye.
Amendment 407 to clause 12 has already been debated with Amendment 267. Juliet Campbell, do you wish to take this to a vote?
I'll withdraw that one, Chair.
Everyone consent?
Aye.
Amendment 410 to clause 12 has already been debated with Amendment 267. Juliet Campbell, do you wish to take it to a vote?
I will take that one to a vote.
You will. You have to move it formally then.
Formally.
Amendment 417, clause 12 is on the order as the... So Amendment 410. 410 is what you want to take to a vote. The question is that the amendment be made. Does many of that opinion say aye? On the contrary, aye.
Aye.
Division. Lock the doors.
Jack Abbott. No. Lewis Atkinson.
No.
Juliet Campbell.
Aye.
Bambos Charalambos.
No.
Daniel Francis.
Aye.
Tom Gordon.
No.
Sarah Green. No. Rachel Hopkins.
No.
Sojan Joseph.
No.
Stephen Kinnock.
No.
Danny Kruger.
No.
Kim Ledbetter.
No.
Kip Malthouse.
No.
Sarah Olney.
No.
Dr. Simon Ofer.
No.
Rebecca Paul.
No.
Jake Richards.
No.
Sarah Sackman.
No.
Liz Saville-Roberts.
No.
Naz Shah. No. Dr Neil Shastri-Hurst.
No.
Dr Marie Tidball.
No.
Sean Woodcock.
No.
The ayes 2, the noes 21. The noes have it. Unlock. Amendment 106 to clause 12 has already been debated with Amendment 267. Does Daniel Francis or any member of the committee wish to move Amendment 106 formally? No. We now come to Amendment 432 to clause 12. In the name of Rachel Maskell, with which it will be convenient to consider Amendments 433 and 434. Does anyone wish to move Amendment 432?
Just move very quickly, if I may.
Move formally.
I'll move formally, sorry, but I won't push to a vote. I just want to...
Yeah, right, you move it.
I'm just moving to
Okay.
just to make the point. I recognise we're moving on and we want to get on to the substantive clauses here, and I certainly won't push this to vote. I just want to put on record I do have extreme concerns about the role of the proxy in clause 15. It does seem very unclear to me why a proxy is needed, and I regret that we're not sticking with the High Court process that would have enabled us to debate this this amendment at this stage. But with that, I'll let it pass.
Amendment 432 to clause 12, as on the amendment paper. The question is that the amendment be made. Minister Sackman.
Chair, amendments 432, 433 and 434 seek to remove provisions regarding proxies from the bill. Again, they deal with proxies in the context of the High Court process. As a consequence, the High Court will be unable to hear from the person's proxy where the proxy has signed the first declaration, and the person would be unable to use a proxy to authorise a medical practitioner to provide assistance to end their own life. Removing the ability for persons seeking assistance to use a proxy would also limit access to the assisted dying process for people, for example, with a physical impairment, for those unable to read, or for whom some other reason they are unable to sign the declaration. As I said earlier, the government remains neutral, but I hope that provides some context and an explanation of how the amendment would operate.
Kim Ledbetter.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just speak very briefly because I think we will come on to this debate when we get to clause 15, but I think just to be really clear what the very, very limited circumstances are when a proxy would be involved in this process. And it literally is when somebody is essentially so ill that they are unable to sign their own name. So it's a very, very limited set of circumstances. Thank you, Chair.
Danny Kruger.
Withdraw.
Is everyone content for the amendment to be withdrawn? We now come to Amendment 312 to clause 12 in the name of Rachel Maskell, with which it will be convenient to consider Amendments 269 and 313. Does any member wish to move Amendment 312?
Take to move. Thank you, Jerry. Again, I won't push this. I just want to put on record my support for the principle of this amendment. If we were sticking with the High Court, this amendment would have created the opportunity for I thought it was quite a clever device, suggested by the Honourable Member for York Central, which would mean that someone with genuine concerns could flag those concerns, someone, a family member, an acquaintance of a patient could flag those concerns without needing to be informed that the application was going ahead. And as we've discussed, Madam Chair, there is a concern about these proceedings happening, as it were, in the dark, without wider family being informed. But if a family member was to suspect that there might be an assisted dying application in the works, that they were being excluded from consideration and from discussion of, there would have been the opportunity to put on record their concern, which would have required the judge to take a wider consideration than would be enabled without this amendment. But I regret that's not happening. It may be possible through the course of the bill that we can ensure that there will be further opportunities, and I do welcome that new clause 21 does impose a requirement on the panel to consider family members. So I think we've got an element of the right system there. Thank you.
Minister Sackman. No, amendment 312 to clause 12, as on the amendment paper. The question is that the amendment be made. Minister Sackman.
Chair, Amendments 312 and 313 seek to make several changes to the process for High Court approval of applications under the bill, as currently drafted. Amendment 312 seeks to allow a person who believes that the requirements of the Act have not been met to make this known to the High Court and to be heard before a declaration is made. The proposed mechanism is that this person would enter a caveat in any district registry of the High Court within 14 days of the application being lodged or received. Under the bill as drafted, and of course we're going to come on to discuss the later amendments, the High Court has the power to hear from and question any person to determine whether the applicant has a clear, settled and informed wish to end their own life and that they've not been pressured or coerced. So there is that mechanism to hear from others through that channel. Amendment 313 would enable appeals against a decision by the High Court to make a declaration, as opposed to only where a declaration is not granted. As drafted, the bill provides that any person may seek a judicial review of any decision of the High Court, including the decision to make a declaration, if they are adjudged to have standing. Madam Chair, would it be appropriate for me to deal with Amendment 269 within this group as well? Yes.
Yeah.
Amendment 269 would enable any person, other than the person seeking assistance, to apply for permission to appeal to the Court of Appeal against a decision of the High Court. The amendment would also enable appeals against a decision by the High Court to grant a declaration, as opposed to only where a declaration is not granted. The Court of Appeal would not be obliged to consider the matters set out in the bill when forming their decision. Whether with or without this amendment, any person, and this is important, may still seek a judicial review of any decision of the High Court if they are adjudged to have standing.
Kim Ledbetter.
I have nothing to add to those amendments.
Danny Kruger.
Withdraw.
Is everyone content for the amendment to be withdrawn?
Aye.
Amendment 269 to clause 12 has already been debated with Amendment 312. Does any member wish to move Amendment 269 formally? Amendment 107 to clause 12 has already been debated with Amendment 267. Does any member wish to move Amendment 107 formally? Amendment 313 to clause 12 has already been debated with Amendment 312. Does any member wish to move Amendment 269 formally?
313. You said 269, it's 313. Sorry, that's a mistake.
Right. 313 formally. We now come to clause 12. Stand part with which it would be convenient to debate amendments 371, 61, 372, 62, 373, 377, 63, 378, 68, 381, 65, 64, 381, 65, 388, 66, 390, 391, new clause 14, new clause 15, new clause 17. Amendment A to new clause 17, new clause 21. Amendment D to new clause 21. Amendment C to new clause 21. Amendment E to new clause 21. Amendment A to new clause 21. Amendment B to new clause 21. New clause 2. New clause 3. Amendment 67. 68, 69, 70, NS1, NS2, Amendment C to NS2, Amendment A to NS2, and Amendment B to NS2.
Just repeat
Kim Ledbetter to put the question.
Chair, I hope you're sitting comfortably. It's a pleasure. Everyone's up. It's a pleasure to see you this evening. I rise to speak to new Schedule 1, new Schedule 2, new clauses 14, 15, 17, 21 and their consequential amendments. These amendments relate to the introduction of the Assisted Dying Commission, which would oversee the assisted dying process in England and Wales and the multidisciplinary panels of experts which will operate as part of the Commission should this law come to pass. Chair, it has always been my personal view, and I've always been clear, that there should be a third layer of scrutiny and safeguarding involved in the assisted dying process, particularly given the significance of the change in the law. But I appreciate this is very unusual if we compare this bill to the many other models of assisted dying around the world. Most jurisdictions have a process which involves 2 doctors, as this bill does, but there is no additional stage in those processes. And I know there are different views as to whether this third layer is necessary, as many of the jurisdictions have processes which provide a very compassionate, patient-centred and well-safeguarded approach to assisted dying without it. Indeed, some of the most difficult emails I receive are from terminally ill people who are very concerned about the complexity of the process as laid out in the bill, who feel that it is overcomplicated and too bureaucratic for people who are in their dying weeks and days to navigate. And I am very sensitive to this. And Chair, I'm also aware that the thorough process as set out in the bill will take time, and there will be people who embark upon it who will die before they can complete it, as happens in other jurisdictions, which is of course extremely sad. But I also know that certainly in this country people feel strongly that oversight and scrutiny of what we might call the medical initial stages of the assisted dying process is important. The challenge is, of course, achieving an appropriate balance between compassion and patient autonomy and robust safeguarding, plus, of course, medical autonomy. So if there is to be a third layer, what should it look like? As the bill currently stands, the third layer of scrutiny is a High Court judge who would make the final decision regarding the patient's choice to have an assisted death. I was, and I remain, very confident in the ability of High Court judges to have this role, but I think it's fair to say there were a range of views as to the suitability of the judiciary to fulfil this function, not least from ex-judges themselves. And it's important that we as a committee acknowledge this. Barrister and former Supreme Court Judge Lord Sumption said, Clause 12 is unnecessary and in some respects undesirable. The concern that I have about Clause 12 in its current form is that it is not entirely clear what the judge is supposed to do. Is he there in order to ensure that the 2 doctors have done their job and that the ducks are all in a row, or is he there to inform his own view on all those matters, completely independently of those who have already given their certificates? It seems to me, he says, that this is a protection that no other country, so far as I'm aware, among those that have authorised one or other form of assisted dying, has included. Indeed, Lord Sumption has been critical of the complexity of the process as set out in the bill as drafted, describing it as over-engineered, bureaucratic and coldly inhumane, telling us in his evidence that he disagreed with the inclusion of the need for High Court approval of a person's application for an assisted death. Former High Court Judge Sir James Mumby has written various articles in this regard. In his piece, Assisted Dying, What Role for the Judge?, he asks, should the judges be involved at all in this process? Is what is proposed a proper judicial function? Is this indeed truly a judicial function at all? He says many would say that it is not. Where else in our judicial system does one find a judge, sitting judicially as a judge, whose function is not to decide some disputed issue or to resolve some controversy, but only to certify, as it were, that some decision taken by a private individual complies with the law? That, it might be said, is not what judges do and not what judges are for. He also expresses his concerns around conscientious objection and the challenges of ensuring an open and transparent process that may deter those for whom the scheme is designed, and a secret process destructive of the integrity of the scheme and corrosive of the judicial function. I absolutely agree this is a very tricky balance. I will.
I'm very grateful, and she cites James Mumby, who I think correctly identified the problems with the High Court stage as it was designed, as it exists in the bill. Is she aware that he also strongly objects to the new amendment? He thinks that those also fail. The proposed scheme also fails on all of the same tests, and he regards the new proposal to be just as unsafe as the previous one.
I think he makes a very good point. It's fair to say there are a range of views on this subject from the judiciary. Ex-judges have commented, and I'll come on to those comments shortly. In his evidence, the Chief Medical Officer, Professor Sir Chris Whitty, said the best safeguards were the simple ones and warned that patients could find themselves in, as we've heard, a bureaucratic thicket at the end of life if there is too much to navigate. And again, I'm very sensitive to that. Responding to his comments, Lord Sumption said, I do agree with that. One suggestion, which I think would make a significant difference, was the removal of the Clause 12 stage. And that just shows the difference of opinion with former judges. Another former High Court judge, Sir Nicholas Mostyn, in his podcast Movers and Shakers, discussing assisted dying, expressed strong opposition to the involvement of the High Court bench in the process. He argued that the judge would be no more than a symbolic rubber stamp. I would argue that point, Chair, and this was certainly not my intention in drafting the bill as it stands. Of course, checking that the process has been followed is very important, but it would be pointless if this third layer was undertaking a purely administrative role. And I agree with Sir Nicholas that it would be disastrous if the judge were to be seen as no more than a rubber stamp. Hence, the inclusion of the obligation for the judge to hear from at least one of the medical practitioners, or both, and have the option of hearing from the patient, along with anybody else they wish. In their letter to MPs, the former law officers said they shared Sir James Mumby's concerns that the bill fails to align with the purpose and integrity of the judiciary, saying this bill would place judges in an unprecedented role, not to resolve disputes, but merely to certify that an individual's decision to end their life complies with the law. Such a function fundamentally conflicts with judicial principles, undermining the judiciary's very purpose. But Sir James also says, I'm not contending that there can never be any role for the judge in the context of assisted dying. My concern was and is as to the function of the judge and the nature of the process envisaged under the scheme proposed in the bill. Chair, I'm very respectful to these different views, but my view remains that a third layer of safeguarding and scrutiny is very important. So, as former Clerk of the House of Commons, David Natzler, who was Parliament's most senior legal and constitutional advisor, asks, the question surely is, how can confidence be given about the status of an applicant's expressed and witnessed wish? What non-judicial regime, whilst having to be swift and not onerously expensive for the applicant or the public, would satisfy, for example, a retired president of the family division? Chair, that is the question I have reflected on at great length since second reading. I have listened carefully to the commentaries and the evidence, and that is why I've taken the decision to introduce the Assisted Dying Commission, detailed in New Schedule 1, which would oversee all applications and assign all patients who request an assisted death to a multidisciplinary panel of experts, as per New Schedule 2. The panels would be chaired by a legal member who holds or has held high judicial office, is one of His Majesty's Counsel, or has at any time been requested to act as a judge of the Court of Appeal or the High Court. They would sit alongside a psychiatrist and a social worker. This multidisciplinary approach maintains the valuable skills and legal expertise and judicial oversight in the current bill, with a judge or retired judge acting as the commissioner, plus a legal chair of each panel, and addresses the concerns about the role of the judge acting alone in a traditional judicial capacity, without removing the important third layer of scrutiny and safeguarding, and very importantly, adds multidisciplinary expertise relating to the two biggest issues we've spoken so much about in this debate, that of assessing capacity and checking for coercion. And Chair, as we have already discussed at great length in this committee, there was a huge amount of evidence which spoke about the benefits of a multidisciplinary approach to choice at the end of life. As such, I've already proposed changes to the bill which would ensure this is the case. My amendment 423 to clause 9 requires both assessing doctors to consider consulting health and social care professionals, and whenever they consider there is a need, they must consult such professionals, and a record of any consultation must be shared with the other assessing doctor. This amendment imposes a specific duty on the assessing doctors to consider if any other expert input is required, and I'm very pleased that it was supported by the committee. We've also already discussed Amendment 6, tabled by the Honourable Member for St Albans, which I am supporting, and I think the committee is supporting, which ensures that where either doctor has any doubt about the capacity of the patient, they must refer them to a psychiatrist. And importantly, as I've said repeatedly, and we must remember this, nothing within the Act replaces or precludes the multidisciplinary approach witnesses have told us about, which already takes place when treating and caring for terminally ill patients. But Chair, to really embed and emphasise this comprehensive multidisciplinary approach, new Schedules 1 and 2 provide details of the Assisted Dying Commissioner and the Assisted Dying Review panels, which I really hope colleagues can support today. And there is a huge amount of support for this approach. In an open letter just this weekend, 3 former Directors of Public Prosecutions, Dame Alison Saunders, Sir Max Hill and Lord Ken MacDonald, a former Lord Chancellor and Secretary of State for Justice, And many eminent legal professionals and academics wrote in support of the introduction of the Assisted Dying Commission and specialist panels, saying, "We believe this makes this bill the strongest and safest of its kind in the world, and a marked improvement to the status quo in this country, which fails to offer meaningful upfront protections. The proposal of an Assisted Dying Commission represents an important step towards bringing end-of-life decisions out of the shadows and greatly increasing the support and protection available for terminally ill people. Indeed, as the former DPPs have said, the existing law is not fit for purpose. Loved ones who help a terminally ill person end their life could face up to 14 years in prison." Dame Allison, who was DPP from 2013 to 2018, said she was moved to tears when advising on her first case of assisted dying, saying it was ghastly for families to be hauled before police after losing a loved one. Lord MacDonald said, "The law is a real mess. It is discriminatory against those who can't afford to travel to Switzerland, and prosecutors are making law by deciding there's a category of case they won't prosecute. In the meantime, a lot of people are suffering very ugly deaths. So I think the whole situation is just grim at the moment." I agree with him. And they all agree with the proposal of multidisciplinary panels, each chaired by a judge or KC, assisted by the expertise of psychiatrists and social workers, saying it is sensible and practical. And they are approving of the role of retired judges who are frequently deployed into public inquiries or as hugely skilled mediators. Glyn Berry, co-chair of the Association of Palliative Care Social Workers, told us in her oral evidence, as social workers, our expertise and strength is in being able to ask difficult questions and really dig into people's thoughts, feelings and opinions. She said, "Having worked in a hospice setting for the last 6 or 7 years, I see daily how social workers contribute to the wider multidisciplinary team in terms of safeguarding, capacity and applications for deprivation of liberty. But we also do the psychosocial aspect of palliative end-of-life care. Having conversations about people wishing to end their life is not a new thing. We have those conversations quite regularly." She added, "We have an extensive skills catalogue. One of our biggest skills is communication, and in not being afraid to go where other professionals may feel uncomfortable. We feel that the role of an approved palliative care professional would sit beside the role of clinicians, balancing clinical and social observation and assessment. I agree, and I think their inclusion in the panels is a real strengthening of the bill." Head of Pharmacovigilance and Regulatory Services at North West Health and Chair of Greater Manchester Central Research Ethics Committee, Claire Williams, told us in her oral evidence, "I absolutely agree that a panel committee approach would have better safeguarding for patients because the decision is being made collectively with legal expertise and with other healthcare professionals. It is having that collective view, ensuring that everybody is happy and that is exactly what the patient wants. I believe it should be a committee panel-based approach for the final decision." Even Alex Rutkeen, for whom I have a huge amount of respect, but who I think it's fair to say is not a supporter of a change in the law, he said, "The more people we have who are able to bring their different perspectives, the social work perspective on the person's social circumstances or the medical perspective on their medical condition, the better, so that we have as many eyes on the person and insights into the person as possible." Chair, as I have said, most jurisdictions do not have a third layer of scrutiny. But there is evidence that an inquisitorial and investigative layer works. Retired High Court Judge Sir Nicholas Mostyn spoke about how assisted dying works in Spain, which I believe is the only other jurisdiction where a panel of some description is involved. The chairperson of the regulator sets up a panel for each case, a doctor and a lawyer. They have to agree and they check that everything has been done lawfully. And interestingly and very importantly, in 2023, 10% extra denials were done by the panel. So the panel was not just rubber stamping. I think this is really important, and I know colleagues will be reassured by this. Of course.
I'm very grateful. Might I say, and I'll make the point, I've said it before, it is very welcome to have these extra professionals involved in the process. Does she not recognise that it would be so much more appropriate to have those professionals involved early on at the assessment stage, rather than when we all want it not to just be a rubber stamp, but it is at the sort of approval stage at the end of the process currently? It's essentially fulfilling a judicial function of deciding yes or no. Why are these professionals not involved earlier?
I would disagree. They are involved earlier. I've talked about the amendments that we've already made around health and social care professionals. We've put those amendments in, we've changed the bill, we've added that on the basis of the evidence that we heard. And remember that either doctor can speak to any other health or social care professional that they wish. So I would say that actually that multidisciplinary approach is taken throughout the bill. And by ending up with this panel at the end of it, it's reinforced. So I've spoken a little bit about Spain, and indeed, the member for East Wiltshire, I'm just about to quote him, he said himself in his radio interview on the 12th of February, I do welcome, as he's confirmed today, I do welcome the additional role of more experts in the process, and I think that is something that hopefully the panel, irrespective of our different views, can coalesce around. And so, despite his opposition to assisted dying, in the interest of strengthening the bill, I really hope he will be able to support these amendments today. Because that is the job of this committee. It is to strengthen the bill, not to try and stop it, however strongly people may feel about the issue. And a significant part of that strengthening is through additional patient-centred safeguards. And I firmly believe that the introduction of the Assisted Dying Commission and the addition of the multidisciplinary expertise and oversight which will be provided by these panels is a crucial part of that. Chair, the panel will look at the detail of every individual case and will scrutinise the doctor's reports. And it must hear from and may question the coordinating doctor or the independent doctor, and it may hear from and question both. And they must hear from and they may question the patient themselves. And I've mentioned this in relation to my honourable friend from Broxtow's amendment earlier. This is the default. And Chair, this was a difficult decision. To make the patient undergo another level of personal scrutiny could, I appreciate, be viewed as cruel. Indeed, a number of people have said to me that they feel this is too burdensome on the patient during what is already a deeply emotional, highly personal and stressful time when they are likely to be in pain and having treatment. I acknowledge this. Again, it is about finding the very difficult balance between avoiding an unduly stressful bureaucratic process but ensuring the patient is making, as the bill says, a clear, settled and informed decision. And there is a very strong argument that in order to do so, the panel should hear from the person themselves. This is the decision I have taken, addressing the concerns of colleagues who have tabled amendments to the same effect, and indeed Lord Mumby, who said of the bill as it stands, the absence of any requirement that the judge must hear from and question the patient is a quite extraordinary lacuna. I appreciate, though, Chair, there will be exceptional circumstances, which we know may be the case if the patient is very ill and in their last few weeks of life. The panel may also ask any person who appears to have relevant knowledge or experience to report to it on such matters relating to the person as it considers appropriate. They can basically ask to hear from anybody they wish. This would obviously vary from case to case. Every case will be different, as we've discussed, and this flexibility is really important. Only if all three members of the panel are satisfied that all the criteria have been met will they issue a certificate of eligibility. They must refuse to do so if they are not satisfied. And the decision of the panel has to be unanimous. If there is any doubt by any of the panel members that the criteria have not been met, the patient cannot proceed. The patient then enters a 14-day period of reflection before making their second declaration. It's also worth reiterating, as has been said previously, a significant number of patients get to this stage and never actually continue with an assisted death. But the comfort it provides enables them to live out their final weeks and days with a sense of reassurance and, as families have described, a weight is lifted. Indeed, Professor Michael Dooley, who's the Director of Pharmacy at Alfred Health and the Head of Statewide Voluntary Assisted Dying Pharmacy Services, who some of us met yesterday, told us that in Victoria, in Australia, 90% of assisted dying patients are also still accessing palliative care, showing the holistic approach that can be taken. Chair, there is, of course, another very important role for the Commission, and that is in relation to the monitoring and reporting of cases, something I feel very strongly about. Details of these are set out in my amendment, I believe it's 455, to clause 34. The Commission must produce an annual report, which must include details about the application of the Act. This report must include details in relation to persons who have protected characteristics and details of any other description of people. This would include data and demographics, statistics of the populations and characteristics of those patients who have chosen an assisted death, age, gender, geographical analysis, data regarding the illnesses and diseases, how many cases were rejected, how many patients did not complete the process, etc., etc. When completing the annual report, the Commissioner must consult the Chief Medical Officer for England, the Chief Medical Officer for Wales, and anyone who represent the interests of people with protected characteristics. The Law Society, who are neutral on the issue of assisted dying, say that if the law were to change, the system must have robust, accessible and independent safeguards, as well as strong and independent monitoring and review mechanisms. I agree. And Chair, the introduction of a multidisciplinary panel of experts to consider all applications for an assisted death, overseen by a Commissioner in the form of a High Court judge, sitting or retired, heading up the Assisted Dying Commission, really does achieve this and embeds a truly robust, multidisciplinary approach, which I'm confident will put patients at the centre of the assisted dying process and provide additional scrutiny, safeguards and protections. Thank you.
Naz Shah.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to be speaking to quite a number of amendments, NT21, NT14, NT16, NS2 and NS2B. But I'll start with, Chair, new clause 21, if I may, and have a break in between. I rise to oppose the new clause 21 moved by my honourable friend for Fen Valley, and I also wish to oppose new clauses 14, 15, 16 and 17, which between them set out the panel procedure to replace the use of a High Court judge. But I will concentrate my remarks on new clause 21 on this occasion. Firstly, that is because it is the most recently tabled of my honourable friend's new clauses on the panel. Secondly, and perhaps more importantly, it seems to be an attempt to solve some of the problems with those earlier new clauses. I welcome what I think my honourable friend's intentions behind these new clauses are. The bill as written did not provide anything like adequate safeguards. This new clause states that the panels must hear from and may then question the doctors who made the certification, the applicant for assisted death and any other person who may have relevant information. These moves, Chair, are very welcome steps towards a tighter set of safeguards, but they are inadequate because of what they leave out. Sir James Mumby, the former President of a family division of the High Court of England and Wales, has written several times about the problems with this bill. It is a matter of great regret to me that we did not hear from Sir James, and I appreciate the honourable member set out that he was invited, indeed, to give evidence before the committee. Sir James has expressed profound concerns about the series of new clauses 14, 15, 16 and 17, that my honourable friend for Spen Valley tabled. He wrote that these clauses did address some of the problems of the original bill, but he went on. These changes are to be welcomed so far as they go. It is important to recognise, however, that they do not, in my opinion, go anything like far enough. As I have said, some elements of new clause 21 do indeed address some of the problems that Sir James identified, but again, this new clause unfortunately still leaves many of the biggest problems untouched. The bill does not set out that evidence must be heard under oath. This is an extraordinary omission. Sir James Mumby asks in his most recent essay, is the panel to hear evidence on oath? Indeed, will the panel have power to administer an oath? We rightly expect our courts to hear evidence under oath if they deal with cases concerning property or contract. The matters these panels will be dealing with are far more important than that. It is baffling to me why we should not hear evidence on these matters without making witnesses swear oaths to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth. Anyone speaking to one of these panels should do so with the same commitment to telling the truth as they would in a court of law.
Will she give way?
Happy to give way.
Danny Kruger. Easily confused. Thank you. She was talking about the question of oaths. I mean, it is extraordinary. Does she agree with me that this speaks to this confusion about whether these panels are a judicial construct at all? They have a judicial function, but they're composed of non-lawyers. They exercise this judicial responsibility. Maybe that explains why there's no oath, but I mean, I agree with her, there should be one. But does it not speak to the confusion in the amendment?
I thank the honourable member for his intervention, and as I make progress, I will be speaking to that point exactly. But I do share his concern insofar as, again, I'll go back to my speech and then I'll expand on it when I arrive at that juncture. Sir James also goes on to say that there are even graver problems with the panel procedure. Again, I appreciate that his paper was published before new clause 21 was tabled, but this new clause does not address all the concerns that Sir James raised. He refers particularly to new clause 16,
but I think it's relevant to note that this problem is left untouched by new clause 21. Sir James says, it says very little about the procedures to be adopted for testing and, if need be, challenging the evidence. He goes on to say, it says nothing about who should exercise that function, nor about the nature of any independent evidential investigation, and nothing about who is to undertake this and who is to pay for it. And finally, on this point, he says, it says nothing about what, if any, public funding arrangements there will be for the applicant, the two doctors and any other parties or experts or lay witnesses. The first point raised by Sir James is again an extraordinary one. These panels will bring together three people, a lawyer, a consultant psychiatrist and a social worker. They will be sitting on what is a quasi-judicial body. The latter two of them will not necessarily have any experience of questioning witnesses and assessing evidence as part of a quasi-judicial process. The third one, the lawyer, will have that experience. What is going to happen here? Are we just hoping that they will successfully make it up as they go along? Is there not a danger that the non-legal members of the panel end up deferring, in some cases to the wishes of the lawyer who has more experience in these matters?
Would she give way?
Happy to give way.
I appreciate the point she's making, and it is a shame we didn't hear from James Humber in evidence, but I understand why he's doing this. He's looking at it through a judicial lens because he's a judge, but this is not a judicial entity. This is a panel, it's not a court, and actually that range of expertise is a strength, not a weakness.
I thank my honourable friend for her intervention, and as I make progress, I will come on to address some of those things. I've got a fairly long speech, but one of those, initially, what I would say is actually the reason when this bill passed the Commons for the reading it did, one of the safeguards was about it being under judicial or having judicial oversight. And that is very different to what is being passed, what we're talking about now.
I'm very good. I think this is a very important point, and I'm grateful to the Honourable Lady's admission there that this is not a judicial process. We've constantly been told that this bill has been sort of gold-plated with the judicial stage of the application process, but we've now heard that there is not a judicial stage, and we've also heard this is Judge Plus. This is somehow an improvement, a judge and others. There is no judge in the process, we should be clear about that. Not necessarily, and very unlikely there would be. So we've just heard conclusively that the judicial stage of this process, of this bill, has been dropped.
I agree. There isn't a judicial process, so to speak. There most definitely is. And as I make progress, I will outline those concerns very clearly. Let us take the second of the points raised by Sir James above. Who is going to go about testing, if need be, or challenging the evidence? New clause 21 does finally give the panel the power to call people to give evidence who are neither the applicant nor the doctor. Under the new clause, the panels, I quote from subsection 4D, may hear from and may question any other person. E, may ask any person appearing to it to have relevant knowledge or experience reporting to it on such matters relating to the person to whom the referral relates as it considers appropriate. Now, I welcome that as a start because it acknowledges that there will be cases where people other than the applicant and the doctors have vital information. But it really should not be where we finish. Not if we want a genuinely robust assisted dying bill that has strong safeguards for vulnerable people. The panels being able to hear evidence from other parties would indeed be one step towards detecting if people are being coerced towards an assisted death, for example. That would be one step towards being able to detect if people were choosing assisted death because of lack of palliative care or lack of social care. But how will the panels know which witnesses about a person are most likely to know or are aware of the significant evidence for their purpose? The panel members will have the statements made by the applicant and the doctors. They will have the answers to any questions that they have of the applicant and the doctors. I ask honourable members to think through how certain it is that these sources alone will be enough to find all the people who might have significant knowledge of a person's circumstances. I would argue that it will not be certain. Yes, in some cases, There will be no hidden circumstances that a panel would only hear of, of any witnesses if they were called. But in other cases, there will be such circumstances. And those circumstances are much more likely to occur in the cases of people who are coerced or who feel like a burden to their families. They will be more likely to occur for those who have poor mental health or who are isolated or who lack the social care that they need. The panels are not likely to find witnesses with relevant information if what they have to go on is the statement or witness evidence of a person who has been successfully and skillfully coerced, for example.
Will she give
Happy
way?
to give way.
I mean, I'd just like to point her in new clause 21 to subsection 3, subsection 4E. The panel may ask any person appearing to it to have relevant knowledge or experience to report to it on such matters relating to the person to whom the referral relates as it considers appropriate. Does she not agree with me that the expertise of the 3 panel members, as set out in this new clause, means that they have very much the ability to identify, on the basis of that subsection, the kind of individuals and the knowledge required?
I thank my honourable friend for her intervention, and again, as I've stated that before, and I'll be making reference to that very point further in different speeches as well, and I would argue the safeguards are just not robust enough. There should be a mechanism for trained and experienced people to find witnesses who might have relevant information. This could relate to another criticism that honourable members have made of the panel system. There is no provision for the official solicitor to act on behalf of the applicant. Sir James Mumby argues that this is something we should strongly consider. He says there must be a rigorous procedure in every case for testing and, if need be, challenging the evidence, including an independent evidential investigation, perhaps by the official solicitor, of the kind discussed in Conway. There are 2 reasons why this is essential in every case. Without this, it will not be proper for a judge. He goes on to make it plain that by judge he means the legal member of the panel, to be involved in the process as a member of the panel.
Would you give her on that?
Have to give way.
I appreciate this is slightly difficult to get our head around, but we have legal expertise, we have potentially a judge, a sitting judge, a retired judge, or an imminent KC, but they are not there in their capacity as a judge. And I understand that's really tricky for people to understand, but they're there because of their skill set, and that is the important distinction.
I thank my honourable friend for her intervention, and that is the very distinction that I'm trying to highlight even further, because it isn't. What this panel does is take away the judicial oversight. So yes, they have expertise, there is no question about people's expertise, but what Sir Mumby is saying, what Sir James is saying quite clearly, that these people will not be appointed they will not be sitting in their capacity as judges, as the member has just outlined, just as experts. That does not give them judicial oversight. That's not what this panel does.
She's absolutely right, and that's the whole point. Because Sir James Mumby said he didn't think that was the job for the judge.
I'm grateful for the honourable member, and I will go into this in even greater detail as I go along in my speeches. But what I will say is, again, that wasn't fit for purpose. But Sir James Mumby is also saying this isn't fit for purpose. So neither processes gave us the absolute. If anything, this has been watered down. But as I go make progress through my speech, I will outline how Sir Jim, what I think from his evidence is very clear that this has watered down the safeguard. And I think it's really important. I appreciate members. I appreciate the mood in the room by me talking about this and insisting to talk about it. But let me be clear, this is very, very important, because the reason why this is something important, because ultimately when we voted in the House and this bill got to this stage, one of the biggest reasons was judicial oversight. That was one of the biggest reasons that many members have cited, that they let this get to this stage because of that. And if I may just make some progress. And as it is, We have removed that judicial oversight. I also appreciate the member is saying that these are panels. These panels will have the expertise, but again, it does not have judicial oversight. If I may make some progress. Coming back to what Sir James Mumby said, without this, it will not be proper for a judge. He goes on to make plain that by judge, he means the legal member of a panel to be involved in the process as a member of the panel. And he says, for otherwise, the judge, and indeed the panel, is little more than a rubber stamp providing a veneer of judicial approbation. And that is fundamentally unacceptable. Sir James notes, I appreciate that there is a question, which I need not explore, as to whether the legal member of a panel is fulfilling a judicial function. For present purposes, it matters not. A legal member of a panel who is a judge or former judge will inevitably be thought of as a judge, and in this context, it is the appearance to the general public that matters. He goes on to say, even more fundamentally, without a rigorous procedure of this kind, the panel will not be able to properly exercise its functions as mandated by new clause 16(2). He goes on to explain his reasoning. How confident can we be that the procedures set out in new clause 16 and elsewhere in the bill will be adequate to enable the panel to identify and prevent possible abuses, and in particular be adequate to detect what may be very subtle external pressures? And to that, he replies, my answer is very simple. Only those who believe implicitly in the omniscience and infallibility of judges and of tribunals such as the panel, and I do not, can possibly have any confidence in the efficacy of what is proposed. If we did have such a provision for the official solicitor's representative to appear, it would be much harder for panels to misinformation about an applicant. But as we currently do not, then we are, in effect, asking the three panel members to be investigators, judges and jury. They will hear the evidence. They will decide whether they need to ask questions of the applicants and doctors. And based on that, they will decide whether they need to summon other parties to speak. The picture that they receive of the applicant's circumstances may miss key facts. That is not a responsibility we can load on their shoulders alone. There are amendments that will permit the official solicitor to act on behalf of the applicant for assisted dying. If we care about making this a robust process that would protect vulnerable people, we should vote for those amendments. Let's now turn to St James's question about... Happy to give way.
Lewis Atkinson.
I thank you for giving that. I just wonder, I think she just said that the amendments would allow the official solicitor to act on behalf of the applicant. I'm wondering why she thinks that would strengthen the process in the bill.
Nasha.
When I make some progress, I think that will answer the honourable question. I thank my honourable friend for his intervention. Turning to St James Mumby's question about what if any public funding arrangements there will be for the applicant, the two doctors and any other parties or expert or lay witnesses. Each time a panel meets, we will be asking three senior professionals to give up many hours of their time to scrutinise applications, listen to and perhaps question witnesses, and then to decide on calling further witnesses. I could ask many questions about funding, but I will just ask one at the moment. Both the ministers will be well aware that courts and tribunals in England and Wales face lengthy delays, in some cases of years. Will the government commit to adequately funding the panel so that the applicants do not face lengthy delays? There is another question about the resourcing of the panels, which I think is just as important. Can we actually make good on the bill's commitment to provide a consultant psychiatrist for every panel? I think that the answer may well be no. We spoke to the Royal College of Psychiatrists during our evidence sessions, but at that stage the bill sponsor had not tabled these amendments that would create a panel including a consultant psychiatrist. And so we didn't ask the professional body if they would be able to do so. I have had private conversations with my team with senior psychiatrists. We asked whether England and Wales had enough consultant psychiatrists to serve on each panel. They said it was extremely unlikely. Did the bills that I'd like to understand whether the bill sponsor consulted with the Royal College of Psychiatrists before she tabled these amendments, and if she did not, that seems like an extraordinary omission. The ministers keep saying that the government will release an impact assessment only when the committee has finished amending the bill. I will say again that this seems to me a most unsatisfactory approach to a bill that would lead to such a huge change. Surely the Minister could ask civil servants to prepare a preliminary estimate of how many applicants there might be in England and Wales. It should probably be phrased as a likely minimum and likely maximum number. Would it be extremely helpful? And surely the government could do the preliminary work on whether the psychiatric profession in England and Wales is capable of meeting that demand. And I say this given the fact that I'm aware that these conversations are, that my understanding is that the role of how our judiciary is at this time in the country was one of the reasons that contributed to the removal of the judge in the first instance. So in that case, if we don't have enough, if we don't have, happy to give way.
Just to be clear, I mean, that isn't the reason for the change, and I need to be very clear about that. The reason for the change is that it strengthens the bill.
I thank my honourable friend for her intervention, and that wasn't my understanding, but I will come back to that point because I'm sure I have some reference points where that has certainly been talked about. There is also the question of whether panels should be heard in public. Under new clause 16, the legal member of a panel would decide whether or not it should sit in public. Finally, let me return to Sir James Mumby's paper on this question. As I've gone through in some detail, he raised significant concerns about panel procedures set out in new clauses 14 to 17. Unfortunately, it seems to me that most of these have not been addressed by new clause 21. Sir James was a very senior judge who headed the family division of the High Court. He is someone we should listen to with the utmost attention on these matters. He said, "I appreciate that some may point to the multidisciplinary membership of the panel and to an assumption that the function and processes of the panel, it is said, to be inquisitorial rather than adversarial. Plainly, it might be thought it is an advantage that the panel has multidisciplinary membership, and it's often said that 3 heads are better than 1. Yet, it would be a mistake to think that either of these features of what is now proposed are sufficient to overcome the very real problems I have identified. They are not. What remains crucial is the substance, not mere appearances. If the panel is to perform its function effectively and do more than just check the paperwork, if it is to be the real safeguard intended by its proponent, then its processes must be much thorougher than is currently proposed." Happy to give way.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. I wonder whether she had an opportunity to consider the functioning of mental health tribunals, which operate in a panel manner in the very similar way than this proposal, chaired by a legal member with a specialist member and a medical member as well. And actually, they operate in a similar quasi-judicial function and receive evidence to make very important decisions on people's healthcare choices. And does she not agree that that model provides a good example of how this could work?
I thank my honourable friend for his intervention. I think that goes back to the concerns that I've already got, because if we're talking about mental health, when we're talking about tribunals, my understanding is that that is in relation to the Mental Capacity Act. The Mental Capacity Act, how that would inform people on that panel to make their judgments. And in this case, I've spoke extensively against the use of the Mental Capacity Act in terms of this particular bill. Happy to give way, and I'll come to you, sir. Happy to give way.
So thank you for taking your mention again and engaging on this issue. It's not about the Mental Capacity Act, it's about the Mental Health Act and whether someone will be sectioned and denied liberty, a very significant decision against the person's own wishes. And that determination is made by mental health tribunals sitting in that judicial function on day in, day out, with exactly the sort of panel membership that is outlined here.
I thank the honourable member for his, my honourable friend for his intervention. I will come to you, sir. There is, for mental health, so, okay, So I misheard, or I didn't get the point he was making earlier, but let me speak to the one that he's making now. In terms of, sorry, the member is making now. In terms of Mental Health Act, and when people are sectioned, my understanding is it's a very extreme measure, and in circumstances where lots and lots of evidence is taken before and there's a history, and those people have known that person. Certainly when I've been a member of chaired a mental health charity, that's been some of the cases, whether it's carers are contributing to that, other people are contributing to it. But there is a long-standing relationship. It's very rare for something to happen within, from my understanding, that's my experience of it. But I'm happy to have a chat with him to talk more about it and understand it more. Happy to give way.
I'm very grateful. Just agree the Honourable Gentleman's intervention is very helpful because it highlights the difference between a genuine judicial tribunal, as he suggests, and what is being proposed here. This is not a tribunal. It doesn't sit in a judicial capacity. The members of it do not take oaths in the way that members of a tribunal do. They're not appointed through the independent appointments process that tribunals have. So this is a multidisciplinary team masquerading as some sort of final judicial stage. Without the proper powers, without the proper accountability of a judicial stage. And on that basis, we cannot regard it as any sort of improvement on the bill.
I thank the Honourable Member for his intervention and reminding me of that, actually, even though I talked about it earlier, and Chair. So, and I absolutely agree with him that this is about the legalities, and that the ultimate word that it comes back to is judicial oversight, which is what was promised originally, which is why the judge was part of the original proposals for this bill, Chair. Those are the words we must listen to where Sir James's mumbies. If we want an assisted dying bill with real safeguards for the vulnerable, then we should reject new clauses 14 to 17 and new clause 21. They are not thorough enough to do the job.
Can I let the Honourable Member know, whilst I'm happy to take the 5 speeches she's indicated, each one needs to be specific to the clause and not replicating the previous speech. Sarah Olney.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I only want to speak quite briefly, but it's an important point that I wanted, that the member for Spen Valley made earlier on, that I just wanted to get on the record as something that I disagreed with about what she said. It's to do with the issue of a multidisciplinary approach or a multi-professional team. We heard a lot in the evidence about the desirability of a multidisciplinary approach, a multi-professional team. And I was listening very carefully, in particular, to the evidence of Dr. Sarah Cox on behalf of the Association of Palliative Medicine of Great Britain and Ireland when she appeared in front of the committee to give oral evidence on the 28th of January. I think she had some very important and interesting points to make regarding the desirability of the involvement of multidisciplinary teams in relation to her area of expertise of palliative care. What I'm anxious about is that the comments of Dr. Sarah Cox in relation to multi-professional teams is being sort of cited as a kind of or rather the panel that the member for Spen Valley is now proposing is being presented as a response to that, whereas I think it's quite clear that she meant something quite different. My interpretation of what she said was the initial assessment should be done by a multi-professional team, and what's being proposed here is something that happens much later in the process.
Should we agree on that point?
Yes.
I think just to be very clear, I think the point I tried to make with regard to the evidence that we see was just the need for a multidisciplinary approach wherever it happens.
I'm glad to have had that clarification. However, I think it is really important to reflect upon the fact that what Dr. Sarah Cox was saying was that it would be really considerably more preferable to have that input of that multidisciplinary team at the earliest possible stage, and that is not what this is being proposed with this amendment, with these new clauses. I will give way on that point.
Thank you, Chair. I think the point is it has to happen at every stage, and I think the evidence that we heard was that it does happen, and certainly from family and friends I know who've had cancer, it does happen. You have that multidisciplinary approach, so you'll have the oncologist, you'll have the nursing team, you'll have the doctor, so that does happen, and nothing within the bill takes away from that.
I thank the member for Spen Valley. However, I think she's making a slightly, or responding to a slightly different point from the one that I made, if I may. I think there was further evidence from the Association of Palliative Medicine on the 25th of February, written evidence from Dr. Dore, who is the Honourable Secretary, and he wrote the following: to clarify any misunderstanding, the current bill does not align with the standard multi-professional team decision-making process used across the health service. Under the bill, patient assessments are conducted solely by 2 doctors without input from a wider MPT, while an amendment proposes the involvement of a panel, including a social worker and psychiatrist. This panel is introduced only at the end of the process and does not participate in the patient's direct assessment. We wish to make it clear that the point Dr. Cox was making in oral evidence was that having 2 independent doctors working alone is not an adequate model to safeguard either patients or professionals, and that stipulating that the initial assessments must be carried within a multi-professional team model would strengthen the bill. Colleagues on the committee will have heard me talk quite a lot in earlier sessions about the need for additional safeguards around mental capacity and around those suffering from mental illnesses. So I very much welcome the introduction of psychiatrists at any stage. However, my point has always been that that intervention has to come at an early stage, and that what we really need is a psychiatrist evaluation as part of the initial assessment. And I want to put it on record that I don't believe that the amendments and the new clauses and the new schedules that the member for Spen Valley is proposing, I don't believe that they address my concerns that I have raised on a number of different occasions. I will give way on that point.
Would she agree with me, though, that by adopting Amendment 6 from the member for St Albans, that we've got that early intervention with a psychiatric analysis at the very early stage when either one of those doctors feel it is necessary?
I'm very grateful for Amendment 6 and to my honourable friend, the member for St Albans, for proposing it. I just want to put it on record that I don't think that this panel that we are discussing now addresses my earlier concerns. And I just want to make it absolutely clear, to put it on the record and to highlight this further evidence from the Association of Palliative Medicine, that this panel does not address their concerns, and I think the concerns addressed by many other people, or the people who were saying that there needs to be a multi-professional team. This set of amendments and proposals does not address those concerns. Thank you, Chair.
Jake Richards.
Thank you, Chair. I stand to speak in support of new clause 14, new clause 15, new clause 17, new clause 21 and accompanying amendments. And I hope to deal with some of the other amendments that have been put down to new clause 21. Chair, I and many others said of this bill at second reading that it was the strongest and safest assisted dying law in the world. And I want to be clear, I stand by that, every word of that. But this change will, in my view, make the bill far stronger, far more resilient to questions of capacity and coercion, and therefore far safer. It ensures that there is a further independent layer of assurance, a panel of experts chaired by a senior lawyer to hold the process to account, to ensure every avenue of inquiry has been explored, to, when it is appropriate to do so, hold professionals in our healthcare system to account. This bill replaces a single High Court judge, a person with no particular expertise in the issues at hand, with a panel that will be will adopt a more holistic approach. A social worker will delve a little deeper into the personal circumstances of each individual. The psychiatrists will ask any necessary questions of capacity. They will serve alongside a senior lawyer to ensure the process is necessarily formal and strict. They will have the powers to make further inquiries if they so wish. At second reading and after, there were legitimate questions as to the High Court function. What exactly were we asking the judge to do? I maintain that a High Court judge could have overseen this process, but far better and more pertinent to the issues in hand is to have a multidisciplinary process with a social worker and psychiatrist involved. And Chair, this is our lawmaking process working efficiently. Debate has pushed the sponsor to think again, and working with the government, whose role continues to be to ensure the bill is workable if it is to gain royal assent whilst remaining neutral to the principle, the sponsor has been creative, tailoring a process for the particular matters in hand, and this must be, in my view, welcomed. Because, Chair, this is new law, the change this bill would enact is profound. It therefore requires, in my mind, a very new safeguarding process. And this is the key point, in my mind. This panel is not here to adjudicate on a dispute. It is not here to undertake a trial. It is not here to undertake an inquiry. It is here to ensure the process is safe. A person comes to the panel seeking assistance to which they would be entitled to under the law. The panel is ensuring that the process of which their eligibility has been decided has been rigorous and is safe. It is also important to note that the panel is simply regulating and scrutinising an ongoing doctor-patient relationship. Even after a certificate of eligibility is received, there is a period for reflection and also continued assessment. This is crucial because it means that normal rules of appeal are not appropriate, and I'll come back to some of the amendments in that regard. Even once this panel's work is done, the coordinating doctor and the commissioner will remain available for reconsideration and oversight. I want to deal with some of the criticisms that have been levelled at the change that are set out in the amendments to New Clause 21 and others. In my mind, this process should not be adversarial, because it is inherently inquisitorial. As I've said already, what is the dispute that is being decided? A person is deemed to have capacity by two doctors, perhaps a third psychiatrist, to make a decision, and is seeking an eligibility certificate. The starting point must surely be that the person should be allowed to do so. To set up some bizarre dispute where none exists would be counterproductive, unsettling to the person at the centre of this process, and, less importantly, a waste of public funds, but more importantly, time. Time in the context of a person who is dying. This process is not analogous to the Court of Protection, where there will be disputes as to capacity, best interest and welfare. It is not analogous to a court approval hearing, where there may be legal arguments to the appropriate nature of an award or procedural arguments as to the arrangements for it. It is not analogous to a deprivation of liberty order, where in all likelihood a person would seek not to be deprived of their liberty. This is not analogous to private children proceedings, whereby the child's welfare is paramount. This is a person seeking help for themselves. The principle of choice at end of life and autonomy means that that process must be patient-centred and begin from an appreciation of those principles.
Will you give way?
I will.
I'm very grateful. He's making a very, very good speech, I think, in defence of the change. But could he help me understand? He said that he supported the previous proposal for a High Court judge. He's now suggesting it would be completely inappropriate to have any sort of judicial oversight of the process. How could it have worked better? And does he not see, he's talking there about the value of the absence of any kind of necessity, of any sort of adversarial system, does he not recognise there might be another side to the story, and that it would be appropriate for somebody, whether it's a judge or others, to hear arguments against the application?
Let me deal with the first point first. The High Court judge could have exercised this process themselves. And I was struck and set out very soon after the second reading in public, this issue is why are we asking a High Court judge to do this when the issues that were so pertinent in the second reading and the people who voted in favour or against are concerned about, a High Court judge has no particular expertise in those issues. And it seemed to me, thinking through this process more, which is part of this process that we are all doing, is to try and understand what this would look like in practice. What questions might be asked? Where does a panel or a judge need to go? And in my mind, a psychiatrist and social worker are in a much better place to know what avenues to further explore than a High Court judge. I've forgotten your second question. Forgive me, Chair. I will make progress, and if it comes back to him, I have to take an intervention. Thank you. I'm very grateful.
It was making the point that surely there is some value to what he describes as an adversarial process in which the decision maker is required to consider whether there are circumstances that the applicant is not presenting.
Chief Richards.
Well, firstly, and I will come on to this in my speech, there is avenues for information to be put before the panel which will be pertinent to the decision at hand, which may be pivotal to that process. It's not quite adversarial. Secondly, there is always a route for an adversarial contest in this matter through judicial review. Now that, I hope, would be very rare indeed, but that's certainly possible. And that has to be maintained, and I think the sponsor would accept, and the Minister would accept, that would be an avenue. The panel will have an array of information to consider. They will have 2 reports, one from a coordinating and one from the independent doctor. They are likely, in my mind, to quite often, in any event, seek medical records. They will speak with the coordinating doctor or independent doctor about capacity, any issues of coercion. They will crucially speak with the person themselves unless there are extraordinary circumstances not to. And one can imagine the vast array of circumstances that will become before the panel. But they will have the discretion and freedom to explore as appropriate. This will be a process that is appreciative of the specific facts that are before it. And at this point, and I made this point in a debate earlier, it is important to remember that this is a very human moment. A person is dying. They come to the panel seeking help. It is right to ensure there are hurdles for consideration of eligibility. But the idea that they are forced to win a trial or a case or to see through complex litigation is surely not right. And therefore, yes.
He's making an excellent speech, a very powerful speech, and I thank him for putting the human being back at the centre of this process. And sadly, in this committee, we forget to do that. We had Nathaniel Dye here early on, who is a terminal cancer patient. He's just had a 12-month diagnosis. The thought of putting that man through, jumping through hoops and hurdles, I mean, that breaks my heart. I understand we have to do it, but these are the people that we're actually talking about when we're discussing this bill.
I'm grateful. Yes, I agree. Therefore, to mandate that a barrister, instructed by the official solicitor, and I hope this deals with some of the points that my honourable friend made in her very important speech, to mandate a barrister instructed by the official solicitor, or indeed the panel, to have to put questions to a person who perhaps has only a few weeks left to live, is in my view highly inappropriate, but also unworkable. What instructions is this barrister working from? Do they have to suppose that somebody who clearly has capacity does not? If not, do they ask questions as to the circumstance of the person that would be asked by the panel in any event? My honourable friend suggested the official solicitor would be working for the person. Well, the person's coming to this panel seeking assistance, so what on earth is the official solicitor or their legal representative going to ask of the person who they're taking instructions from? To what extent would they be allowed to enter into a fishing expedition, delving deep into a person's relationships to assess any evidence of coercion? This goes back to my original point. What are their instructions? Who is asking them to do what? I see the force in the amendments from my honourable friend as to burden of proof, but again, I deem them to be inappropriate. The criminal standards does not fit neatly with the more complex issues at play here. Capacity, for example. The Mental Capacity Act states that where there is a doubt about a person's capacity, the burden of proof is on the person seeking to establish a lack of capacity on the balance of probabilities. Now, that is the correct approach, and in any event, if the panel have any doubts as to capacity, then surely, as set out in Amendment 6 to Clause 9, which has just been accepted by this committee, then the panel will be obliged to seek further psychiatric assessment. It is important to note that this panel will have powers to instruct further expert assessment and reports. If we implemented the criminal standard, then the doctors who are part of this process, both in terms of the coordinating doctor and the individual doctor, as well as their treating doctors, because of course we should always remember that someone who is terminally ill is almost certainly going to be receiving treatment in the NHS, will be working to a completely different burden of proof as to this panel. And the criminal standard does not fit neatly with the innately inquisitorial nature of the panel's role. And this is really important in my mind, Chair, because it's very easy to look at the definition of the balance of probabilities and find weaknesses in it. But when you consider what actually happens in practice, I suggest that those weaknesses are not often there. The panel will have a conversation with the professionals and the person and consider the response. If doubts creep into their encounter, they do not just then stop and make a decision on the balance of probabilities. They will continue to search. And of course, the more serious the doubts they encounter, the more evidence they will need for those doubts to be overcome. That's how the law is developed on the balance of probabilities in all different other areas, and no doubt will be the same here. The decision, and this is an important point, must also be unlike many other tribunals or courts. So if a social worker spots something that the psychiatrist or lawyer does not, then this case will not go further. What about the role of third parties? As I've set out before, this is a personal decision, but I also accept the phrase often used by the Honourable Member for Wiltshire, no man is an island. And therefore this process has to strike a real balancing act between needing to allow for third-party information to be considered, but in a proportionate manner which respects individual autonomy. Now, in my mind, third parties' views are not relevant. Their views as to whether this person is making the best decision for themselves is not relevant. This is not a welfare decision. But it must be right equally that third parties, family members and others, can ensure that the panel has sight of relevant information. Even after a certificate of eligibility has been given, the coordinated doctor will continue to be responsible for assessing new information, and their duties will continue until the final moments which are set out in the bill. Yes?
I thank the Honourable Friend for giving way. I just want to understand, given his expertise in particular, in this panel setting, does he anticipate JR being allowed, and if so, is it before the decision, or before the death or after the death? Can this decision be JR'd by the panel?
It's in my mind any decision to give a certificate of eligibility could be subject to judicial review. Third parties then can put evidence before the panel to be considered, but it's not right in my mind that third parties might necessarily challenge the application. As I've set out before, this is not a dispute, but a rigorous safeguarding process. If they have information about the person's capacity, or their diagnosis, or any other factors that are relevant, they must and can ensure the panel is seized of the information, if not the doctors or indeed the police. Third parties can appeal the decision by way of judicial review. This would provide for a decision that was wrong or unjust because of a serious procedural or other irregularity in the proceedings, as per new clause 17A. This would essentially provide for that in any event, in my mind. An injunction would be applied and the matter would have to be dealt with expeditiously. But it is worth saying this would happen. All the evidence suggests this would happen incredibly rarely indeed. In Spain, where not... Yes, of course.
Well, in fact, firstly, he's about to refer to Spain, as was I. Thank you, Chair. Sorry. So, in Spain, Article 10 of Spanish law gives an appeal of the point of law to the High Court, as you said. So, firstly, to confirm that he believes it would be in line for you, Chair. Sorry. So, the member, sorry, Chair, that he believes that would be in line with the position in Spain. And secondly, on the point of judicial review, how long he would envisage that taking place, given we're dealing with somebody who's obviously at the end of their life?
Yes, is the answer to the Honourable Member's question, Chair. Judicial review is clearly an exercisable option in this case. And I said expeditiously because lots of cases are heard expeditiously. High Court judges hear cases in the middle of the night if there is a certain urgency. And in these types of cases, you might imagine similar circumstances being enacted. But I must stress, Chair, this would happen incredibly rarely. All the evidence suggests that. In Spain, where a not dissimilar model is in place, such an approach from family members is rarely used. Most families, the vast majority of families, will attend the panel because they want to offer support and love to the person who has made this choice. And there is another side to this coin because there...
Sorry, give way on that.
Happy to.
Thank you, Chair. But just to confirm, that in Spain, either side does have the right of appeal.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. At the same time, and the other side of the coin that I was just referring to, we must ensure this process is workable. In Spain at the moment, 20% of the people die before the panel hears their case. So we must be very careful not to create something that is so burdensome as to be completely pointless. And that is why, in my mind, the amendments put forward by my honourable friend, the member for Spen Valley, aim successfully between ensuring flexibility with rigour. Each case will be different. More so than in any other set of proceedings I can imagine. I've really tried to think hard. There will be some, no doubt, that are incredibly complex, and the panel may require further assessments and hear from relevant experts. But there will be far more, in my mind, that are solemn, serious, but straightforward. And that is correct. Other amendments seek to mandate certain procedural steps. For example, new clause 21D by the Honourable Member for Derby North, and I have great respect for her as a former colleague of mine, but I just fundamentally disagree. Her amendment asks that the panel, quote, must consider hearing from those persons who may be, quote, interested in the welfare of the person. And in my mind, and I repeat this point again, this is not a welfare decision. The panel, just like the High Court judge, was not saying, what do I think is in the best interest of this person? They are ensuring that this person has made the decision as per clause 1, where we started, settled, informed, voluntary. Chair, we enter new ground with this law change, and that's why this is a new process. But in my mind, Chair, it is safer, it is workable, and colleagues can be reassured, and I urge people to support this change. Oh, but before that, Chair, I shall give way.
I thank him for giving way at the end of an excellent speech. I just wonder whether he would be able to agree with me that the provision in one of the new schedules that allows the Commissioner, who would be a sitting or previous judge, to give guidance and set procedure for the operation of panels, would answer some of the concerns raised by those who think otherwise, that there wouldn't be sufficient judicial input into the procedure of the panel.
Yeah, it's a very important point, because as the change as drafted in the various amendments provides for real flexibility, which may cause some concerns to others, but in my mind is a reassurance, because it will mean that a weighty figure, the Commissioner, will be able to set out rules and regulations as this process to make sure it's rigorous, but also not too burdensome as to be pointless, is what I've described. I'm grateful.
Sarah Roberts.
To Amendment A to new Schedule 2 in my name. The Assisted Dying Review Panel comprises a legal member and the chair, a psychiatrist member and a social worker member. And I welcome this third tier of safeguarding and its range of specialities as laid out in new Clause 21. My amendment to new Schedule 2 concerns membership of panels and is as follows. In line 46 at the end, insert 3, each member of a panel must have fluent proficiency in the Welsh language if services or functions in the Act are to be provided to an individual in Welsh. I emphasise the if there, because it is in certain circumstances. I have previously touched on the requirements of the Welsh Language Act 1993 and Welsh Language Wales Measure 2011. It appears that the panel can be defined as a legal proceeding and therefore will be required to follow the 1993 Act pre-devolution. Let's consider whether this is sufficient for the level of safeguarding which we all want to provide in this Bill Committee. Section 22(1) of the Welsh Language Act 1993 states, in any legal proceedings in Wales, the Welsh language may be spoken by any party, witness or other person who desires to use it, subject in the case of proceedings in a court other than a magistrate's court, to such prior notice as may be required by rules of court, and any necessary provision for interpretation shall be made accordingly. And I quote this as the nearest comparator. This means the 1993 Act, in the situation which we are describing here, enables people to speak Welsh and for interpreters to be provided as necessary. This gives people the right to speak Welsh, but it does not give them the right to be heard in Welsh in their own voices. If the legal personnel do not speak Welsh, their decisions will be based on the interpreted communication. So the question for us is whether we are content to accept the use of interpreters as intermediaries between the individual and the assisted dying panel. And I think this is a key question. Now, Dr. Sarah Davis, a consultant respiratory physician from Colwyn Bay, and 78 other clinicians from Wales as co-signatories have written to parliamentarians about their concerns. And she states, in practice, use of interpreters does not provide full communication of appropriate knowledge from clinician to patients. This is because interpreters are often not experienced or confident enough to discuss such complex and legal issues as assisted dying. Even the best possible practice by interpreters cannot match communicating in the person's own preferred language. Every person whose preferred or primary language is Welsh and who communicates as a family or socially in Welsh should have access to important health information in Welsh. Any necessary assessment of capacity for purposes of consideration of assisted dying and any assessment of coercion must be directly made in person in Welsh if that is the person's preferred language. Dr. Davies states that it's not possible to confidently assess decision-making capacity of a Welsh speaker in their second language, i.e. in English. Superficial conversations in English often fail to demonstrate that a Welsh speaker with significant health problems is confused or does not have a good understanding of their own health condition and treatment options. The presence of confusion or lack of information may only become apparent during detailed conversations with a Welsh-speaking healthcare professional. It can be extremely challenging to detect the presence of coercion, and the nuances of family dynamics will not be apparent to a non-Welsh speaking professional when the language spoken in the family is Welsh. Thus, it will not be possible to make any assessment of the presence or absence of coercion, as quoting Dr. Davies. The Office of the Welsh Language Commissioner believe that there must be provision within the bill to ensure that a person's choice of language is considered and recorded and matched with further provisions, including those of a Welsh-speaking specialist panel. The Commissioner's Office agreed that an amendment of this nature in relation to the specialist panel is very important. They stressed that a Welsh-speaking panel will be able to provide the same service in English to individuals who are not receiving assistance through Welsh. So the amendment's requirement in and of itself should not necessarily mean recruiting more individuals or more panels. Nonetheless, I feel I must allay fears that this amendment requires every panel member on every panel in Wales to be able to speak Welsh. It doesn't. That is not the intention of the amendment, nor its wording. Fluent proficiency for all panel members is only required when the panel is making a decision in relation to a person whose preferred language in Welsh. Now, so far, in the response that I have received from ministers is that the private members' bill does not require specific requirements to Welsh language rights on the face of the bill, by saying that these rights are already enshrined in law. The Honourable Member for Cheshire and Amersham and I have written to the Minister to discuss how this legislation should operate in relation to Wales and devolution, a meeting to which he previously committed. We have yet to receive a response, and I have withdrawn previous amendments in anticipation of this very meeting. But nonetheless, in this instance, the provision of interpreters for communicating between the individual and those people charged with being the final guardians of safeguarding is wrong. And I will be moving this to a vote because I do not believe that it is covered in legislation as things stand.
Nal Shah, part 2.
Part 2 of 5, I might add. Thank you, Chair. I rise to oppose new clause 14 moved by the bill sponsor, my honourable friend Spend Valley. This clause would create the post of a voluntary assisted dying commissioner. This quite extraordinary clause, I'm not quite sure if we've seen anything like it in recent legislation. What I'm quite sure of is that we have not seen any law as far-reaching as this being introduced without any of the detailed work by the civil service that it should have. The Voluntary Assisted Dying Commissioner, which I'll call VAD Commissioner just for the purpose of this speech here on in, created by this new clause, would have quite unusual powers, Chair. The Commissioner would select the members of the panel, which would in turn decide upon people's assisted dying applications. The Commissioner would be the authority to whom people could appeal if their application was refused. The Commissioner would also decide if particular panel members had made any mistakes or shown any misconduct in their work. In this country, we do not give the job of selecting judges, overseeing their work and then functioning as a court of appeal to one person, even if that one person is extremely well qualified, that is with good reason. But this new clause suggests giving all those powers to one person. Honourable members might object that the comparison is not exact. There will be fewer assisted dying cases heard by the proposed new panels than there are cases heard before the courts. But that misses the point. We do not give all powers over the judiciary into the hands of one man or woman because it would be a lot of work for them. No, we do so because we do not wish to give too much power into the hands of any one person. Under this new clause, we would be doing exactly that. Maybe that sounds like an abstract question. I don't think it is. One of the great concerns that honourable members have expressed throughout this committee process is that assisted dying process might fail to safeguard vulnerable people. Some honourable members have expressed concern that people might opt for assisted dying because they were coerced or encouraged, or who were opting for death because of a lack of palliative care or social care. Now let us say that this bill passes, including new clause 14. In that case, someone will be appointed by the Prime Minister as the Voluntary Assisted Dying Commissioner. In turn, he or she will appoint members to the panels. Now let us consider what happens if someone successfully applies for assisted dying, but then after their death someone makes a credible allegation that they were coerced, or someone makes a credible allegation that this person suffered from a preventable lack of social care, or that someone presents facts that suggest there was a serious misdiagnosis by one of the doctors. This is not a remote possibility, Chair. It seems very likely to happen at some point, given what we have had similar cases in all the jurisdictions where assisted dying has been going on for some time. And that was the reason I made the earlier intervention to the member about whether there would be a JR process. Because if we're talking about a judicial review to any of these decisions to the panel, if somebody has a month or less than 6 months to live in this instance, to get a JR, a judicial review, they'd have to potentially raise the funds, they'd have to potentially find somebody to take that to court, and that would take time as well in itself. And then would that JR, would that time elapse till after the person's death, or would it be before the person's death? So I'd really value the understanding from the ministers or the sponsor of the bill, what safeguards are there for a potential JR? Has that been built, or has it not been built in? Happy to give way.
I'm very grateful. I think this conversation is very helpful, and the point the Honourable Lady makes is absolutely right. If we're going to rely on JR as a sort of appeal process for this, we need to make it clear how that would work. So would there be a legal aid? How quickly could it be done? I think that needs to be built in. Does she agree?
I thank the honourable member for his intervention. I absolutely agree that we've not thought this through enough, because there isn't that process laid out. And these are things, the eventualities, potential eventualities that we really do need to think about. When these kind of cases have happened, the public, including the family members of a person who has died, would rightly demand answers. So would the media. They would want to know who the panel members were and why they had made the judgment that they did. In those events, who would investigate whether panel members had got it wrong? The Commissioner, who appointed those panel members, the Commissioner, any person, no matter how honest and how learned, would come back to that question with a very strong bias. The Commissioner is somebody who will mark their own homework. That is not a system that anyone can argue will provide proper safeguards. Honourable members might object that the Voluntary Assisted Dying Commissioner will be a very senior judge. According to this new clause, the Commissioner must hold or have held office as a judge of A, a Supreme Court, B, the Court of Appeal, or C, the High Court. I agree that only people of high intelligence and good standing become judges in those courts. But it does not mean that the very highest judges in the land do not sometimes make mistakes, sometimes very bad ones. And I am going to... Happy to give way.
Just on that point, if we were to follow that argument, would that mean that we'd be supporting these new clauses? Because if we're moving from that single point of reference in terms of High Court judge and judicial review, surely moving to this stage actually is much safer if we were to follow that argument.
I thank the honourable friend for his intervention. The truth is, and I said this in my previous speech, and I try not to repeat it as being instructed by the Chair, that actually both the safeguards weren't strong enough. The bill as it was, which the honourable member has recognised and changed, wasn't safeguard, it wasn't strong enough, and neither is this process, and neither is this idea of a commissioner either. There is another great problem, Chair, raised by this set of amendments and new clauses. These changes to the bill seem likely to increase the prospect of groupthink amongst the panel. That danger has, I would argue, been greatly increased by the move away from the High Court judge model that was originally in the bill, When my honourable friend for Spen Valley proposed this bill at second reading, she reassured the House that all assisted dying applications would have to be examined by a High Court judge. Now, there were problems with this proposal, which is why my honourable friend has abandoned it. But there was one strength in making a High Court judge the arbiter. The Crown does not appoint High Court judges on the basis of whether or not they agree with assisted dying. We could all reasonably expect that the High Court judges would have a range of views on assisted dying. There is no reason I can think that the High Court judges as body would be biased in favour of assisted dying. But something different will happen if a commissioner selects people to serve on these panels. Anyone serving on a panel will know that they will have to approve of some applications of assisted death. We don't know how many applications for assisted death the government expects to have, and we don't know how many social workers, psychiatrists and lawyers would be unwilling to approve of any assisted death applications at all. And I don't want to repeat myself, but I will be referring back to psychiatrists in another amendment. But the number of psychiatrists who are strongly opposed to assisted death is very high. According to the Royal College of Psychiatrists, we also heard strong reservations expressed by the Association of Palliative Care Social Workers. So many professionals will choose not to sit on these panels because they will not want to approve any cases. We are quite likely to find that some panel members end up dealing with dozens of cases per year. That poses the danger that some of the people who sit most on these panels are those who are most advocates in favour of assisted dying and who approve applications that perhaps other members may not have done. That might sound harsh. Happy to be
Thank honourable friend for discussing the approach of the proposed panel members in her view. Does she recognise that all three of those professions have professional requirements to act with integrity and in accordance with the law? So it's highly unlikely that they would push forward, as she seems to suggest, to risk their professional accreditation.
I thank the honourable friend for her intervention. This isn't about questioning the integrity, and this isn't. For me, that's not. I'm not questioning the integrity of people. What I am questioning, what I am saying, and what I am putting to this committee is actually people have biases. We all have subconscious biases. We have something that we like. It is we know it exists, whether it's subconscious bias, conscious bias. As human beings, we all have it. And in this instance, if I may finish my point, in this instance, what I am suggesting is that if we have members of a panel, and this panel are people who choose to be, because they have a fundamental belief which is different to those who oppose assisted dying, there is a risk of subconscious bias and there is a risk of groupthink. That is what I'm suggesting, but I'm happy to take the honourable member's intervention. I'll come to the honourable gentleman.
Thank you for allowing me to make an intervention, but we need to keep to the point then and not labour on one particular.
The point of the panel, the point I was making is that no professional would want to risk their professional accreditation and their career by allowing a complete bias to take over any decision making. In fact, I may suggest that there'll be some who may want to prove their integrity by being involved in these decisions because they could make it in line with their professional practice.
I thank the honourable friend for her intervention, and I'd beg to disagree that actually when we're talking about, it's not about them being held. But when you have subconscious bias operates in a way in society that it's not about being held to account. It's not because you're doing it in a deliberate way. It's because you have a subconscious bias. But again, I will move on and take the honourable gentleman's intervention.
Jake Richards.
Very briefly, the honourable member was making a final speech. She said that High Court judges make mistakes. That's undoubtedly true. She said that this panel may be guilty of unconscious bias. Is there any layer of scrutiny that would satisfy the honourable member? And what does she think about jury trials?
The honourable gentleman, honourable lady, can make progress now, please.
Thank you. I'm grateful for my honourable friend's intervention, but I also reject his facetiousness in his response. Thank you. And I will come on to where unconscious bias, and I will make a response to speaking to my amendment and speaking to this amendment, Madam Chair, if I may. There was in 1998 that there was actually, in 1992 there was a jury trial. It involved my mother, who was found guilty of murdering an abusive partner. In 1998 I went to the High Court, Madam Chair, and in 1998 we put it to 3 white middle-class judges that my mother could not tell the truth because of the abuse and the dishonour and the concept of izzat. That is something that defines her existence as a woman. And they did not believe it capable of belief because they didn't have that cultural understanding. So yes, it does exist even in the courts of law when it concerns criminal cases. Going back to my speech, Chair, I would like to remind honourable members of the testimony of Dr. Ryan Spelvogel from California. He said, when I'm going through the options with patients who are newly diagnosed with a serious life-threatening illness, I say, okay, here's what the disease-directed treatment would look like. We can continue with your chemo. Here are some side effects and complications that you might have. And here are the benefits of that. Here's what palliative care or hospice care could look like. Then I said, I don't know, I say, I don't know if you know this, but in our state, we have this other option for people nearing the end of their lives when they have intolerable suffering. You can ask me to file a lethal prescription for you to help end your suffering sooner. And he continued, the number of times people look at me and say, you can do that, that's an option here, is astounded. I would say that 9 out of 10 patients I have conversations with have no idea that it's even legal. If they do not know it's an option, they are never going to ask for it. But I wonder, the doctor, would I be comfortable, and this is just a personal thing for me and I want to put it out there, just for people to think about, would I be comfortable about somebody who really, really supports assisted dying, a doctor such as that doctor to be on the panel? I'm not sure. I'm not casting aspersions on him, but I genuinely am unsure. Of course, the panels will be chaired by lawyers. I would like to remind honourable members of the evidence of Professor Meredith Blake, who is a senior legal advisor to the Western Australian Government on its assisted dying law. Professor Blake's evidence was quite extraordinary. My honourable friend for Banbury asked her, I'm quoting from Hansard, does it concern you that a large proportion of people who opted for assisted dying cited being a burden as their reason? She replied to him, that is not the evidence we have got. To which my honourable friend responded, let me clarify, the state's own report in 2023-2024 had 35%. We didn't get, I don't recall having a satisfactory answer from Professor Blake to that question, but please feel free to check Hansard. If we see a series of questionable decisions taken by one or more panel members, the only official scrutiny will come from the person who has appointed them to do their jobs, and that is not a robust safeguard. Furthermore, the honourable member earlier referred to that it would be a unanimous decision, and actually that is not entirely correct. If 2 people, and I'm happy to point to the bit in the bill, if 2 people decide they agree and the other one decides to stay quiet, that would be seen as a unanimous decision and it would continue, it would proceed, the panel would proceed. But I'm happy to point that out to the honourable member. I would love to see an amendment to that if it needed be. Happy to give way.
I'm grateful. I think the point she's making is that there's each member of the panel has a veto over the decision, so in a sense there has to be unanimity about the approval, but she's absolutely right that if 2 members of the committee, of the panel, disagree with another about any other aspect of their proceedings, including who to discuss, who to invite to give evidence, then they could be overruled. So there is not unanimity there.
I thank the honourable member for his intervention. I completely agree that is the case as it is in the bill, and that does raise concerns, just to clarify the point made earlier. Finally, let me say that Parliament needs to get back into the habit of holding powerful commissioners accountable. There is no mechanism in this bill for removing a commissioner, even if they were to somehow fail significantly in their duties. We might say to ourselves, oh, but if that happened, they would do the right thing and resign. Or we might say they'd resign if the Prime Minister said something in public. I'm sorry, but that is not something we can leave to chance. There has been a very telling example recently of just how badly quasi-judicial institutions can fail and just how hard it is to get their senior leadership to accept responsibility. The Criminal Cases Review Commission mishandled the Andrew Malkinson case. Mr. Malkinson was falsely convicted of raping a woman in 2003. She had been raped by another man.
Can the Honourable Lady keep to the issues?
It is coming back to the point, Chair, I promise you. DNA evidence subsequently proved that he was indeed innocent, yet he was allowed to remain in jail. I will make it quicker. Members of this House expressed serious disquiet over the conduct of the CCRC's chairwoman Helen Pitcher over the Malkinson case. In July, my honourable friend, the Justice Secretary, called for Miss Pitcher to step down, but she refused to do so and remained in office until January. I will note in passing that Ms Pitcher remains chairman of the Judicial Appointments Commission, and that is where the link is. Sorry, who's...
Sorry, that's myself, sorry.
Happy people.
I think it's just a point about the voluntary assisted dying commissioner, and you're saying there's no mechanism to remove them. Well, actually, in the new clause, it says the Secretary of State may give notice in writing, remove a person from the office of commissioner or deputy commissioner, satisfy the person's behaviour in a way is not compatible with continuing their office, which I think speaks to a lot of the concerns that my honourable friend has been given to, or is unfit, unable, and unwilling to properly discharge. So, actually, there is a mechanism in this new clause which would give the Secretary of State power to remove that commissioner.
Thank you, honourable friend, for looking at that, and I will look at that, but as I saw it, that wasn't my understanding. There are multiple reasons to oppose this clause, Chair. If the bill will reduce the impartiality that would have been provided by having a High Court judge rule on applications. It will increase the risk that a large number of decisions are taken by people who are enthusiastic proponents of assisted dying, which will reduce patient safety. It will also create a powerful new commissioner who will appoint panel members and who will then rule on whether or not they made the right decisions. That same commissioner will also be able to decide whether to overturn a panel's decision to reject an assisted death application. That is a huge amount of power to put in one person's hands, and we should not do so. I urge honourable members to reject this new clause.
Sean Woodcock.
Thank you. Can I say what a privilege it is to have you in the chair? I know how to win and lose an audience, clearly. I stand to move Amendment D to new clause 21, tabled by the Honourable Member Derby North. And can I start by saying how glad I am that the proposer of the bill, my honourable friend, Member for Spen Valley, has recognised some of the concerns regarding this multidisciplinary panel, and I welcome the improvements that she's made in this new clause. I'm pleased to see that the panel must now hear from the person to whom the referral relates, where previously it was may. It's a partial concession, but it is an important one, and it will allow the Commission to have greater scrutiny over the application and to better assess the person's eligibility for assisted dying. This amendment is a technical one on process, really, and we've had a number of these before in this committee, Chair, many of which have fell. And a reason that I understand, even if I don't agree with, on the basis that doctors are already having these conversations, etc., etc., we don't want to police them. This panel stage is brand new, and so I make no apology for supporting putting something into primary legislation to say what is expected in terms of how this process should go, given how novel it is and given the level of public scrutiny on this bill. I think it's very important that we make sure from the off that we get it right. So I'm putting this on because I am deeply concerned about some of the potential oversights in the panel model. The purpose of the panel is to provide that meaningful scrutiny of the person's application. It draws on a wider range of experts to assess the complex aspects of the application, such as assessing for coercion and capacity. But the panel's ability to fulfil this scrutinising role is in many ways quite limited. The amendment laid by the Honourable Member, my friend the Honourable Member Darby North, addresses these significant oversights in new Clause 21. It introduces a far more comprehensive set of requirements for the panel in their review. These changes are not barriers to access. Rather, the amendment ensures that the panel has a far wider range of information, there's a theme I referred to earlier, upon which to review the application for an assisted death. Fundamentally, this amendment gives the panel more tools in order to conduct meaningful scrutiny. However, allow me to further list what the panel is not required to do under the new Clause 21. The panel does not have to hear from one of the two registered medical practitioners. They will hear from the other registered medical practitioner, perhaps on audio link, but they do not have to question them. Likewise, they will hear from the person, perhaps on audio link, but they do not have to question them. The person may have a proxy to sign their declarations, but the panel does not have to hear from or question the proxy. The panel does not have to hear from or question any other person. Let us be clear who that includes. The panel could assess the person's application without any information from the person's relatives, family members, friends, social worker or care worker. New Clause 21 states that only the panel may ask any person appearing to it to have any relevant knowledge or experience to report to it on such matters relating to the person to whom the referral relates as it considers appropriate. Lines 43 to 45 makes clear that unlike subsection A or C, which has to hear from the person via live audio, any evidence they do choose to take from anybody else could be in written form. Let me draw out to you what this might mean in practice with an example. So a person is diagnosed with a terminal illness, in this case heart failure arising from coronary heart disease. Both doctors approve a person's application for assisted dying on the basis of probability, Chair. The person has a physical disability and asks a proxy, say a neighbour, to sign off on the application. The first doctor speaks to the panel via video link, restating the schedule forms and providing no new information. The panel then hears from the person, also via video link. They cannot see the person, but after hearing their statement, the panel decides they are satisfied that the conditions are met, and they approve the person's assisted death. The panel has not spoken to the second doctor, and they have not put any questions to the second doctor or the person applying for an assisted death. Incredibly, the panel has not spoken to the proxy, who may just be someone of good standing in the community. Nor have they spoken to the person's relative, anyone standing to benefit from the person's death, or anyone in the person's care. Any one of these could have concerns the person is being coerced into an assisted death. They may even have evidence of coercive behaviour. However, at no point is the panel required to consider speaking to any of these people. Time and time again, this committee has heard from experts that coercion and controlling behaviour can be extremely difficult to detect. Often the person will not reveal that they are suffering from this form of coercion. Yet it is often those who are closest to the sufferer who pick up on the signals. Think of a close relative, a member of the family, social worker. Any of them could be looking out for the person's welfare, noticing the person becoming more isolated and emotionally manipulated by another. At no point, however, does the panel have to consider hearing from that person. If this bill is going to do everything to safeguard against the risk of coercion, which I believe everybody on this committee believes it should do, this must change. The panel must consider listening to the people closest to the person. The Honourable Member for Derby North's amendment addressed these flaws by giving the panel a higher standard of scrutiny. The panel must hear from both doctors and question both of them. They must question the person, not simply hear from them. If the person has a proxy, as under Clause 15, then the panel must hear from and question that proxy. Crucially, the panel must also consider hearing from and questioning persons properly interested or any other person who has provided treatment or care for the person being assessed in relation to that person's terminal illness. They may also hear from and question any other person where New Clause 21 states they can ask them to report to the panel. The changes in this amendment significantly improve the scrutiny provided by the multidisciplinary panel. The amendment would provide a broader range and greater detail of evidence for the panel to base their review on. Ultimately, it makes the multidisciplinary review far more meaningful. Why is this greater scrutiny necessary? This is about protecting the vulnerable people who are easily forgotten. This amendment seeks to provide the strongest possible protection for them. This robust and comprehensive scrutiny is necessary to have a better chance of preventing the worst abuses from happening. I can foresee one possible criticism from some honourable members that this amendment would slow down the decision-making process for people who are at no risk of coercion. That may well be true. But if this amendment is accepted, then the panel will have to question both doctors and not just hear from one with the option of questioning them. It will have to determine whether to hear from and question other people. In straightforward cases where the panel discover no initial evidence that describes them, this might add a small amount of time to the hearing. In cases where the panel does, however, find evidence that means they may need to dig deeper, there could be a greater delay in this decision. I personally don't see how we can avoid this. If we're serious about having safeguards to protect the most vulnerable, then we should, and will have to, accept this. The process of vetting applications will take somewhat more time on average, and a lot more time in some cases. But the alternative is a simpler and faster system in which it will be much harder for the panel to detect coercion and other disqualifying factors. In that case, the chances are higher that some coercive or abusive people will find it possible to push people towards an assisted death. Such a system is what we currently see in New Clause 21 as it is written. We face an inescapable trade-off. We cannot lift protection for those most vulnerable to coercion because it would make the process easier for people who do not face that risk. So I would urge members to seriously consider supporting this amendment.
Sarah Green.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to speak to two aspects of this group of amendments, and the first is the inclusion of social workers, because when we first started receiving written evidence, I found the written evidence, that the submissions by social workers, the most compelling at the time, because I agreed with them that their profession had a key role to play in this process. And so I am pleased that they feature on the panel, and I believe it strengthens the safeguards in this bill. The second amendment I wish to speak to is Amendment A to NS2 in the name of the Honourable Member for Drwyford Meirionnydd. I was fortunate to grow up in a Welsh-speaking part of rural North Wales. I myself am a Welsh speaker, and for some of my friends, my neighbours, and indeed many of my own family members, Welsh is their first language. It's the language they dream in, it's the language they count in, and it's the language they are most comfortable using. So when it comes to end-of-life conversations, it's important they can use the language in which they are most proficient and fluent. So should an individual choose to access an assisted death through the medium of Welsh, they should be able to do so without the use of an interpreter. Crucially for the panel, this means where an individual has chosen this route, the panel will need Welsh proficiency. Welsh speakers have had the right to access services in Welsh for years now, so assisted dying should be no different. It's why I think it needs to be on the face of this bill, and why I wholeheartedly support this amendment, and it's why I will be voting for it if the member chooses to push it to a vote. Thank you, Chair.
Sajan Joseph.
Thank you, Chair. I won't be talking long. Most of the points I wanted to raise was being raised, so I'm just I welcome this amendment of having a panel being brought in. I really welcome. This is one of the strong areas I was concerned about, and that all patients having an access to a psychiatrist and the social worker is very welcoming and reassuring. Only reservation I have is, as other members raised, this could have been having earlier access to this panel would have been even greater, as whether this panel would have the power to overturn the decisions taken by the two doctors, whether they will be influenced by those. That's the only concern I have. And also, maybe the Minister could clarify that when the Amendment 1 was brought in, as per the Health Minister's response was having specifying one category of doctors or the psychiatrists probably will have a capacity issue. So I hope that will not come into as an issue when we have a psychiatrist in the panel. So it's very welcoming, and thank you for...
Rebecca Paul.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, I'm going to apologise. I've got quite a lot to talk about.
Point of order. I don't know if this is appropriate. I certainly don't want to interrupt I'm just conscious of votes. Was there a proposal to adjourn? Because I'm just conscious my honourable members are about to make a very long speech.
I'm happy to give
you
way
can't,
to the
you can't call an intervention. So she can sit down. You could sit down. He can't do an intervention.
Finish your speech.
As long as I can make my another speech again, I'm comfortable to stop my speech at this point and give everyone a break from my voice.
Well, in that case, I beg to move that further consideration of this bill be now adjourned.
The bill that we now adjourn. All in favour say aye. Aye. The ayes have it.